Okay, Doooovid here. We're back. We're live. Shavua Tov here in Metro Detroit. Sabbath is over. So last week I'd hoped to do my last stream Saturday night, but wasn't feeling all that great then, so I did it on Sunday, part 1. So here we're back for part 2. So I got to try to find my narrative voice, try to be a little bit more receptive to the chat. If there's anyone new in the chat or someone has something directly they want to say or add in, or even join the conversation, I could even put the link in the chat. But I have a decent amount of stuff to present, and just ramble a few minutes on I guess my own personal issues, Doovid's own personal identity crisis, God forbid, and my identity as a Hasidic Jew, and just the difficulty of defining what is a Hasidic Jew. What does it mean to be a Hasidic Jew? Is it an ethnicity? Is it a religious status? Is it a philosophy? And to some extent, it's all of the above, and it's disputed. So to say that, say, oh, Doovid's Hasidic, and you could ask someone else, be like, no, he's not Hasidic, or there'd be a dispute because it's part of a religious identity or partially in ethnic identity, like, God forbid, with the politics in New York and George DeSantos, saying he's Jewish, or Kanye West or something like that, or even, as I get into later, something like Rev Moshe Wolfson. Well, I remember also it was also Hasidic status was disputed, so I'll cover a little bit of what I talked about last week in a brief recap. But I figure in part 2, I'll talk about the history of Hasidim in America, and I was just looking some on the internet. I think I actually know quite a bit about this topic. I remember Carlin Stolen. Someone was joking once that I was going to become a professor of Judaic studies one day. And no, I became a landlord and civil engineer. There's not much venue for Judaic studies that you can discuss with Luke Ford. There's a lot of funding for Judaic studies. I used to go to University of Michigan, and the University of Michigan has almost as many courses on Jewish studies as any other place in the U.S. besides Yeshiva University. Most of the courses only have a handful of people in them. There's a handful of non-Jews that are interested. Not even Jews are all that interested, and even the topic of Hasidim is not all that interesting. Even say Doovid's role. So if you're Hasidic, you're probably not going to listen to Doovid. If you're in Borough Park or Williamsburg or Israel or Hasidic community, or even an Orthodox Jew in Detroit, Chabad or something, you're probably not going to turn to Doovid for information about Hasidism, Hasidus. And if you're a non-Jew, the topic might only vaguely interest you. So Doovid has a broader audience, a different type people. There's aspects within Hasidic Judaism that are interesting across the board to all Jews, the movement of Hasidic Jews, certain amounts of the teaching that has been assimilated to wider Jewry. And then, as I briefly discussed in last week's video of Israel and the current elections, like Netanyahu's coalition, that Hasidic Jews are a voting bloc, a force within Israeli politics. Okay, John, Shavua Tov, thanks for tuning in. So, a force within Israeli politics, largely a voting bloc, where most Hasidim vote for their own leadership, their rabbinic advisory councils advised leadership, and they represent certain issues that matter to Hasidic Jews in Israeli politics. And it's also the case in New York, where you have a Hasidic voting bloc that's usually Democratic. So even though you had a lot of Hasidic Jews, like President Trump, might have Republican leanings, very rarely do Republicans win elections in various areas. So it's usually a constituency that has a few select issues and will vote as a block for Democratic candidates in New York. And I'll talk a little bit about the New York Times controversies and the various issues today in New York with education and Mitzitza Bal Peh, the various things that have made it to be political issues that have became important to Hasidic political activists, and also kind of being able to run their own communities in New York and certain societal implications. So hopefully I prepared some good stuff. So let me start out with a niggin, a tune. You were saying Doooovid considers myself Hasidic. I was Hasidic. Chanting and singing is an essential part of being Hasidic. Basically all Hasidim chant and sing. It's part of the religion. There might be a handful of Hasidim that just never really sung, but all Hasidim, part of being Hasidic is strong group identity, getting together, and chanting. And we discuss the wider implications to Hasidism, to wider society. A lot of it's through the music and culture, and discuss hopefully some revival movements or modern Orthodox, mainstream Orthodox people that have became Hasidic. And the question is, at this point, Hasidism an ethnicity. So the Hasidic Jews are the people who are descended from Hasidic Jews in Europe. So if you say okay, you have New York, you have footsteps in Yafid or something like that. These organizations of people who have left Hasidic Jewry, Orthodox Jewry in general. You could even say it's about Orthodox Jewry in general, who are no longer Hasidic or Orthodox, but they come from those bloodlines. In essence, you say, okay, well, they're Hasidic because Hasidic is a bloodline. It's a familiar relationship. I'm not sure the proper genetic terminology. Could even call it a sub-race, a sub-ethnicity, where you say, the Henry Abramson was talking about the recent discoveries of Ashkenazic Jews in Germany from 700 years ago, and the DNA tests, and just from various people buried in one cemetery in Germany 600, 700 years ago, that Ashkenazic Jews today are more genetically similar than Jews in that period that were buried in the same cemetery. So to say there's a lot of, God forbid, a pejorative like inbreeding, but intermarriage within the group, intermarriage between close members of the group, where at this point, most Orthodox Jews are notably related to each other. So if you're a Hasidic group or even a regular Orthodox Jew, you're basically traceable in a family tree to the majority of other Orthodox Jews, and highly intermarried, and there'd be a genetic similarity. And as I mentioned in part one, that usually that was in towns where you had Hasidic groups and that were dominant in certain towns or areas, and that was the same for Orthodox Jews in general, and that has been the case for 200-300 years. And so most Hasidic or even Orthodox Jews in general are very genetically similar to each other, and have largely been intermarrying within each other for possibly 500 years, as I talked last week about the population explosion in Eastern Europe. And so that's some interesting stuff. There's not much well-known research saying it's controversial because you're talking about identity. And if a person said, well, I'm an Orthodox Jew, I'm a Hasidic Jew, and I look at my identity in a legendary way, as opposed to Douglas, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I don't think Adam Green, it's necessary to have on my channel. Like I appear on his channel maybe once or twice a year, But yeah, it's unlikely I'll have him on my channel. He's got a much bigger channel. Is Samish? I don't know the terminology of the ethnicity or race in terms of in fact, if you want to hop on, I put the link in the chat to discuss this. But I'm making the point, it's not just a culture that Orthodox Jews, even Sephardic Jews from different areas, it's not simply a culture, it's a lineage. And if the word race or ethnicity, say that, okay, you have the European Ashkenazic Jews are the larger race that incorporates all Ashkenazic Jews, or you can say Judaism is a race that incorporates all, the complications of what the right word is to use. But there's, a family that, if you're Jewish and I'm Jewish, it means that we're descended from the same ancestors. And if we're from the same area, like, my German ancestors that were maybe in the town of Bamberg in Germany, I don't know the exact ancestry, but if there were a few hundred to a few thousand Jews in the town of Bamberg in Germany for over 500 years, there's a lot of intermarriage. Most of the people married within each other for hundreds of years and are genetically very related to each other. These are known things in genetic studies. What the exact terminology that you would use to express that, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know exactly, say, like, if you call it a sub, mean just say it's a, say Ashkenazic Jews. And if you want to, okay, Chabad Hasidim, Skulener Hasidim, Belz Hasidim, Satmar Hasidim, Viznitz Hasidim, generally came from certain areas, and they lived in the same vicinity for hundreds of years and almost exclusively intermarried with each other. And say what exactly you're going to call that, I think it's more than a culture. It's an ethnic genetic similarity. And so I just expressing that. And so to say that if someone from Bobov or Stolen or Chabad, and I'll talk more about this, leaves the path, they're still very genetically similar to the people that are religious. And even as a group, that the group to some extent functions as an ethnic group, not as a religious block. So if you're a Hasidic person, have a large family, and 5 of your kids stayed on the path, and you had 6 kids, and one of them went off the derrick, and okay, maybe they marry non-Jew or leave the path, but that person who's no longer religious is still ethnically, genetically the same as the people on the path. And it's an interesting point that you should be considered. So let me chant a few songs. So this is actually from the Sholosh Shudas. So I've chanted a lot on Week in Review, a lot of the Shabbos Zemiros. So, Hasidim generally, like in the Talmud, Hasidim comes from the word for chesed, for kindness, and simply means someone who goes above and beyond. And so in the Talmud, that uses the word chesed, I think it's a Tosfos in Yevamos. I mean, in Nida actually, but that uses the word chesed, and it refers to someone who burns their fingernails. And I mentioned when I was in Israel, I used to burn my fingernails because there's a superstition and taboo in Talmudic folklore that might be based off a biblical passage. I didn't look it up to prepare the scholarship, but it's believed that if a pregnant woman steps on clipped fingernails, that God forbid it could cause a miscarriage. And the superstition is the soul at night leaves through the fingernails. People who know Orthodox Jewish ritual, like Neglivasser and washing the hands when you get up, because the soul left the body through the fingernails. So the Talmud refers to a chassid as someone who burns their fingernails because they don't want to, like the Ahimsa principle, they don't want to cause harm to other people. And like if you just discard carefully your fingernails, who knows? Maybe God forbid, somehow it's going to end up in a pregnant woman's going to walk over it, and God forbid miscarriage. So in the Talmud refers to a Hasid as someone who burns their fingernails. So I was in Israel, like I tried to be the best I could, and I used to burn my fingernails. So now usually I'll cut my fingernails over a sink and put them down the sink. The remote possibility that, God forbid, saying we'll say it's just superstition. Do we really think that someone, like a pregnant woman walking over fingernails could cause a miscarriage? God forbid. But it's a known superstition, and the Chassid is someone that was extra pious and careful. And in Germany, you have the Sefer Hasidim that talks about, God forbid, extreme acts of austerity, rolling around in the snow, rolling around in like bags of needles, whipping each other, flagellation, fasting, in order for penitence upon sinning. And Hasidim in general, you're saying going above and beyond, like having the payas, like saying that don't cut the corner of your face, to having payas and side curls, or the dress, that generally Hasidim are Hasidim because they go above and beyond. Hey, Godward, thanks for tuning in. God bless. You're missing your content. If you want to hop on and talk or something, we could do that also, although I have some stuff prepared on Hasidim. But if someone wants to hop on and talk, I'll even change this to okay, I won't change it, but if it's a New Year's stream, and if someone wants to pop on and talk about the New Year's or something, what the random things, that's fine also. So as I mentioned last week, the Baal Shem Tov didn't call his group the Hasidim. Generally, he used the term Bali Tshuva, born again Jews, people who were newly ignited in service of their Judaism. Today, you have like Bali Tshuva referring to secular Jews who who weren't raised with religious, people like Doooovid, reformer, conservative background, or secular background, who learn about orthodoxy later in life and then take up an orthodox lifestyle. But classically, Bali Tshuva just referred to someone who decided to repent and take their Judaism more seriously, and you didn't have to be, it's like an FFB or something. Say, okay, like, well, I was born Orthodox, I was raised Orthodox, I never violated Sabbath or something. Like, I can't be a Bali Tshuva. Say classically, like, everybody should be a Bali Tshuva. You could always be better. And there's instances where the Baal Shem Tov referred to his followers as Bali Tshuva, newly born again Jews, and it was the Misnagdim, the people who opposed the Hasidic movement, who called them the Hasidim. We're like, oh, these people think they're so holy. These people think they're so special. So derogatively making fun of the disciples of the Baal Shem Tov, called the students of the Baal Shem Tov Hasidim. And then, there's like an ownership where that word stuck, and eventually the followers of the Baal Shem Tov self-applied the word Hasidim. I mentioned with Mikkel Zilber of Zlotchov that fathers the Zwiller dynasty, and through marriage Aaron Karliner, and one of the main students of the Baal Shem Tov, creates a special group where they study and pray and chant and try to do high levels of Kabbalah study and reach high spiritual levels. That he started using, his group used the term Hasidim, and that was because they were an elite group of rabbinic students that tried to go above and beyond. So with that, okay, thank God I got a big crowd, 14 people. So I have some stuff to cover, but maybe we'll have some people pop in and we'll talk about some different things. So if anyone has questions, it's also Ask the Rabbi AMA, and willing to have some guests. We could talk about hopefully serious subject matter, but even some non-Jews or Goyim who want to come on and talk, that's fine too. So this is a popular Shabbos Zemira that's mostly chanted by Hasidim, but it has pre-Hasidic origins, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom, and it's a long one, and usually Hasidim break it up and sing the first part Shabbos by day, and then the last 4 stanzas by Shalashudis, the third meal, starting Mavoy Ma'edom, the last 6 stanzas. So it has 12 stanzas. Sing the first 6 by the Shabbos day meal, and then the last 6 by Shalashudis. And it said Hasidim are people who go above and beyond the law. One of the things Hasidim do was hold Sabbath longer. That they wouldn't end Sabbath right when sundown, as most regular Jews do. They would extend the Sabbath later into the night and sing songs. And Hasidim had the custom of, in the olden days, it would be candlelight. They would sit around, because they didn't have electricity when the Hasidic movement started, and the candles would have went out. And so after all the lights, Sabbath by day, they would be waiting for sundown, and after Sabbath went away, that the synagogue would be dark. And instead of ending Sabbath right away, they would chant in the dark synagogue. So that's still popular. I'll talk about Munis Yisrael, Rabbi Wolfson, maybe Reb Tzvi Meyer Zilberberg. Some of my first experiences of the Shalshudish, Hasidic tradition, and so this is a popular song. There's a few popular tunes. Mavoy mi adam chamutz bedagin ay 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 yam ayam ay 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 yam ay yam mamam mamam ay 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 yam mamam mamam. And it's a popular Hasidic tune. Anyone's Hasidic would probably be familiar with that one. There's a few other ones. And there's a very popular Satmar tune. Also part of the reason Doooovid doing these streams, when I first started streaming, I streamed my commentaries on Torah books that changed my life, mainly Duties of the Heart, The Path of the Just, and Pirkei Avos, Ethics of the Fathers. And unfortunately, Doooovid has not found the right woman, is old and childless, God forbid. And there's a commandment to teach your kids Torah. So, unfortunately, Doooovid does not have children to teach Torah. So, that when I first did that, okay, I'll teach Torah to the general public, and I don't have any venue to teach Torah to the public. God forbid, no synagogue in the right mind is going to put Doooovid in front of them to speak. I used to speak at the downtown synagogue before they had leadership, when there was nobody there and no one else wanted to speak to them. So, thanks, RG. Yes, they never give up. God answers prayers. But, in the meantime, they say, we'll teach Torah to the general public. So, try to do that and do it maybe in a way that unique, that maybe I have some special insight, or there's really not that much good material on the subject. So the last stanza of Baruch Hashem Yom Yom, Shasholom Shalo Yasim Aleinu Bracha V'Sholom Mismol V'Yomim Al Yisrael Sholom Harachma V'Yivorek Asamol V'Sholom V'Yizkilu Razbunim Uvnei Bunim Oiskim B'Torah Mitzvahs Al Yisrael Sholom Yoitz El Gibor Avi Sar Sholom. So this is like a periodical one that praises God, and then it talks historically, going back to the Avos, the founding fathers, Abraham, Yaakov, and Jacob, to the various exiles, and through even the European history of Judaism, to the last verses that are more straight praise. So, may he to whom peace belongs set upon us blessings and peace, from left and from right, peace upon Israel. May the merciful one bless his people with peace, and may they merit to see children and grandchildren engaging in Torah and precepts. Beginning peace upon Israel, bringing peace upon Israel, advisor, mighty God, eternal Father, Prince of Peace. So Doooovid still hopes to merit to have children and grandchildren, that I will see my children and grandchildren, and that they will be righteous and engage in Torah. This is a famous Satmar Niggin. It's not well known. So it's extremely well known, in internal Hasidic circles. People know it because, I'll talk about later, where most large Hasidic centers, like in New York, Satmar is the largest group, and you'll have Satmar Hasidim everywhere. Although Satmar is not like Chabad. Usually they're limited to large geographic centers, and so their tunes, their ways are not necessarily spread out so that people like in Detroit or other areas would be familiar with their music. But this is one of their more famous tunes. Shalom, shalom, Yasim Aleinu bracha v'shalom, Mismoel uyamim, Al Yisroel shalom, Harakam hi yivorek, Esamo b'shalom, I did it ayam, ay did it ayam, Ayayayayayamam. Yiski lirois bunim, bunim ifne bunim. Ohiskim betoira mitzvahs. Ohiskim betoira, toira even mitzvahs. All Yisroel shulayim. Yoel Gibor. Aviatzar Shalom. I did it ayam, ay did it ayam, ay mom. I did it ayam, I did it ayam, ay I did it ayam. I did it ayam, I did it ayam, ay did it ayam. Oh, Rahman, he Borek, Asamo Bashulayim. I did it ayam, ay did it ayam, ay yam. Yizki the rice bunim, bunim ifne bunim. Oh, hiskim betoyro mitzvahs. Ohiskim b'toira, toira even mitzvahs. All Yisroel shalom, yoetz el gibor aviatzar shalom. I did it ayam, ay did it ayam, ay mom. Okay, so that's a pretty popular Hasidic tune. I think I'm not sure if it's originally a Satmar tune, if who composed it, but it's almost universally sung in Satmar synagogues before Sabbath ends. Usually have kids like are selected, lots of kids, and that will be a popular one. The kids will come around and so Mark, you've asked quite a few times about Ginsburg Legends, and I don't have Ginsburg Legends. Ginsburg Legend is just a collection. So, I mean, there's many people who've collected, and I think Ginsburg himself might have had Hasidic background, but was more a secular scholar. And so it's just a collection like Buber. So, if you like Hasidic stories, you could use Ginsburg's Legends. But that's all it is. It's just a collection. So, as I mentioned, that one of the biggest influences on the Hasidic movement is Lurianic Kabbalah. And almost all Hasidim, one of the notes of Hasidim is the chanting of the various prayers that were written by Rabbi Doria and before the Sabbath meals and different part in the prayer services, most notably known as a Skina Sidusa, prepare for the feast. And there's one for Friday night and Saturday morning, and the third meal, and also for the fourth meal, that Malava Malka, the feast of the King David, King Doooovid. And on Sabbath there should be 4 meals. There's a meal of Friday night, Saturday morning, Saturday before sundown, before the Sabbath ends, and a meal after the Sabbath. And there's special prayers and songs written for the fourth meal. So Doooovid used to sponsor Malova Malka partially by the Skulener Rebbe, and the Skulener Rebbe would take Sabbath very long, even till like midnight, and Malova Malka would sometimes start 11, in the summer, even like 2 in the morning, and go for hours till sunrise. But all Hasidim, I think even Chabad, say these Eskini Sedusa prayers. This is the most common tune. Sklen, they use this tune, and it's a generic, popular tune that's used all over the Hasidic world for the Malava Malka Eskina Sedusa. And it's because it's the meal of Messiah of King David. Eskina Sedusa, Eskina Sedusa, Damnusa, Eskina Sedusa. Actually, I haven't chanted this in so long. There's a lot of repetition, and I forget exactly how it's properly chanted because the tune has a lot of these words repeated again and again. Skinis Demusa Shlemasa Chedbasa de Malka Kadisha Skinis de Malka Dahi Sidisa de Doooovid Malka Mashika Avram Yitzchak Yaakov Sin Satan Kedvasa Aha Doooovid Melech Yisrael Chai V'Kayam Ahoy Siman Tov Mazel Tov and Siman Tov Yeh Luni V'Kal Yisrael Yeh Luni V'Kal Yisrael Umain. So I think I butchered that one a little bit. It's been so long, so I've never heard anyone in Detroit use that tune. So, but that's probably the most popular generic Hasidic tune. It probably dates back a few hundred years in the Hasidic movement, maybe even to the early students of the Baal Shem Tov. There's other ones maybe I'll look at later. The Sklen fame Omer Hashem Liakov, the famous tune Tzave Yeshuas Yaakov from the Skulener Rebbe. Tzave, 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 Yeshuas Yaakov, which is actually a verse from Psalms, Antu Malchu Elokim, Tzave Yeshuas Yaakov, but in the prayer it's Al Tiral of the Yaakov. So the tune, actually in Sklen, they do it to the verse of Psalms, but became a popular tune for the Malava Malka Zemer. Tzave, 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 Yeshios Yaakov. Tzave, 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 Yeshios Yaakov, which is a 4-part tune mirroring the name of Hashem. And there's the famous Eliyahu Hanavi. Your prayer, the Sklen, had a very long, complicated Eliyahu Hanavi that was fun to chant, and then a few other ones I think I've chanted on my Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Atishri, Eliyahu Agilodi, Bihim Heira Yovinuleni, Imashiach Ben Doooovid. And even Reform, there's the well-known Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishri, Eliyahu Agiladi. And there's also the V'yitain prayer that there's quite a few songs. There's a tradition to chant a bunch of verses. So, okay, so with that, thanks for tuning in. And I am going to enter screen share and show some interesting things. So I prepared some research today. We'll talk about Hasidim in America. And okay, so last week I did my stream, so I've been doing weekly my stream on tour of my library. And if you're Hanukkah, I get to the Jewish section. People are always asking about my Jewish books. So, for my own research and moving forward, I want to, start writing my book in advancing multiple truth hypothesis. I found it very good for myself, and hopefully people follow Doooovid and like my content. I've just been going through my books. The first stream I did like 13 books that changed my life, and the rest I've just been kind of going through all the books on my shelf that I've read. Maybe today I'll show a few more books just in more detail. So 3 weeks ago, I started the Jewish section, and I started with my biographies. And most of Orthodox rabbis, and I mentioned kind of the hagiography of legends of rabbis written by Orthodox rabbis for Orthodox Jews, that assumes the sages of the generation theory, and that God operates through the sages, and the will of God could be deciphered by the leaders of the generation. And you're saying Jews, consider like Talmud Torah, we study the sages, and then I went to Jewish history books, which I have a whole bunch of Jewish history books. So I did 2 streams one day after the next, like almost 6 hours of generic books on Jewish history, Jewish culture. I probably had like 500 books on the subject. So just pounding through those over almost 6 hours of content. I wanted to finish that for Hanukkah. So on Hanukkah, I was able to do my books on Hasidus and Kabbalah and the Torah books. And then when I was doing that, I felt inspired to get more into Judaism. I was having reasonable viewership on this content. So I decided that as I was finishing my Hasidic books, my Jewish books, and I was going to move on to other sections this week I did my Christian books. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this Wednesday. I got to organize a few shelves in my library, so they're all mixed up. So I have to organize that, and I might not determine till Tuesday even what I'm going to do next. But expect another, God willing, tour of my library this Wednesday at 4. And so I was going to do Saturday night, but it turned out I wasn't feeling that great. So I did on the 8th day of Hanukkah last Sunday, right before Week in Review, a history of the Hasidic movement, which was kind of scattered. It's a big topic. It's hard to I did over 2 hours, and I did some chanting in Hanukkah, but it's a really big topic. So I hardly scratched the surface. If these get good viewership, or if people want, maybe I'll do more on the topic. Maybe even next week I'll do a whole video on the Lubavitch Rebbe, Reb Menachem Mendel Schneerson, and the Chabad movement. So if people didn't see that, check out part 1. So as I'm going to mention, this is actually from like the Notori Karta related site, and their Hasidus in America doesn't really start till after World War II. That I'll show that there were about 100 Hasidic synagogues already by World War I. There were Hasidic Jews. Like Hasidic Jews, as I talked about last week, come almost exclusively from Eastern Europe, and even like Samish, you see like he's already getting upset. Like as I'm saying, like Hasidim are kind of like a ethnicity, even to race, because most Hasidim come from the same towns and intermarried within each other for a few 100-year period, and it's not really these days about a philosophy. It's really a group, and there's more similarity, even genetically, barring intermarriage that happens sometimes after people, like Doooovid's a product of intermarriage. But you had people that were leaving Europe to come to America, but generally those people were lax on their Judaism. Generally you don't have, like as I mentioned in the biography of sages, there really weren't any major sages in America, period, before World War II. That before World War II, there were hardly any recognized sages among the Orthodox Jews in America. You had some Orthodox Jews, you had people who tried to be Orthodox, you had a few Orthodox rabbis, some of them were competent, but none of them were really considered like Gedolim or great. And generally it was not advised to come to America. Like, God forbid, America was the Treifa Medina. If you were serious about your Judaism, you didn't come to America. So, God forbid, Eastern Europe was the center. Like I'll go back to this chart. So, I was mentioning that till about 1700, there were only about 1.5 million Jews in the whole world, and the number pops up to well over 10 million exclusively in Eastern Europe. That there was no population increase at all in the Jewish people other than Eastern Europe until after the founding of the State of Israel. And so, this chart was extremely important. And, so this is the main thing I want to cover from last week, related to what I was talking about in just understanding the Hasidic movement. Probably the most important thing is to understand the ethnic component. How did Hasidim get to America? And so you're looking at ethnic Hasidim, and then you're looking at the rabbis. So I talked last week about the origin of the rabbis. So I was saying Hasidic Judaism was a revival movement among Eastern European Jews, and it was mostly internal. It was the same rabbinic class that the rabbis who led the Hasidic movement were the same old guard rabbinic class who led Jews in Eastern Europe before the Hasidic movement. They just became Hasidic. They changed their persuasion or were part of a new movement. Yeah, RG Safari is actually funded out of Metro Detroit, the William Davidson of Blessed Memory Foundation that funded when I, before COVID-19, when I was more involved in the Jewish community and did various events like the Downtown Synagogue, Chabad, really almost every Jewish charity in Metro Detroit is majority funded by the Davidson Foundation, and the Davidson Foundation is the force behind Safari, and it's really just a translation. So, an online, one thing, it has the books in Hebrew, and it has more stuff in Hebrew than it translated, and then has translation. So, it's just a nice online collection. So props to the Davidson Foundation for funding that. So, just as I mentioned, up till in this, God forbid, because Jewishness is an identity. So this is controversial because most Jews don't really know this or haven't looked at the demographics. And although it's pretty indisputable historically, and so they say in 1880, 75% of Jews lived in Eastern Europe, and it might even have been more. And going up to, God forbid, the Holocaust, some people say as high as 90% of Jews are from Eastern European origins. And it was partly the Hasidic movement and the Yeshiva movement, and the conditions that were in Poland, Eastern Europe, Russia, that allowed such a mass population explosion. So here you have the pogroms, and you could see, in blue here is America. So, there's, if you know American history, I have Professor Howard Lupowich on my channel, who last a few years did events on immigration with Professor Saib Khan of Wayne State about immigration to America. Generally, the scholars put the 3 waves of immigration to America. You have the original Sephardim that came to America even before the founding. God forbid, were involved in things like slave trading or just trading in general, early settlements. But there were very few. So up to 1850, it's likely there were less than 10,000 Jews in America. although you had Jewish traders going back to Stuyvesant and the beginning of American history, even to the 50s. And then you had the German immigration wave of the 1850s, and reform is already popular in America. And most of the Jews who came to America were reform. And conservative Judaism grows here in America. You had some Orthodox of Germanic background that came to America, although very small. The majority during the Germanic wave, which could be as much as 500,000, and saying most of the German Jews are actually of Eastern European background. So I don't know my exact family lineage, if my Bamberg ancestors were actually in the town of Bamberg for hundreds of years, or maybe they came from Eastern Europe to Germany, or there was a back and forth. I don't even know that much about my own family history, but the number of Jews in Germany was actually relatively small. Going when 1880 or whatever, when they emancipated the Jews of Germany and offered full German citizenship, there might have been tens of thousands, not more than 100,000 Jews in Germany. And even going up to World War II, God forbid the Holocaust, there was only about 500,000 Jews in Germany. And of those 500,000 Jews in Germany, the vast majority of those had immigrated in the last 50 years from Eastern Europe. So almost all Ashkenazic Jews, over 90% of Ashkenazic Jews, and 75% of world Jewry period is of Eastern European extract. So in the 1880s, you start having pogroms, and you have the wave. The third wave of Jewish immigration is the Eastern European Jews, which ends after the Depression, 1920s, 1930s, when you have the immigration restrictions. And the Eastern European Jews, the majority are Orthodox, because almost all Jews in Eastern Europe were Orthodox. You had the founding of Zionism and some Maskilim, that reform arises in Germany and then spreads to various places. But Orthodoxy had the strong hold in Eastern Europe. There was relatively little assimilation and intermarriage. So most of the Jews that came to America, so to say, escaping the pogroms, were of some Orthodoxy, but they weren't that Orthodox, because generally, if they were very Orthodox, they wouldn't have came to America in the first place. And so there's estimates of about 2 million Jews come from Eastern Europe to America from the 1880s till the immigration restrictions under Roosevelt. And I forget the exact year offhand, if someone in the chat knows, if it started in the 20s or the 30s, when they enacted the immigration restrictions, and the number of Jews coming from Eastern Europe vastly decreases. But there was almost 100,000 Jews coming from Eastern Europe every year for decades, and some years it was more. And most of those Jews ended up in New York and the Lower East Side, and from there moving around the country, at Metro Detroit, coming to work for the automotive industry, Milwaukee, Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia. And of those, probably 30% were, we'll call, ethnically Hasidic. That means they came from a Hasidic background. And the reality is 30-40% of Jews come from Hasidic backgrounds, period. Of Ashkenazic Jews, period, any Ashkenazic Jew, 30-40% of us come from Hasidic background. Doooovid extremely likely has Hasidic blood, from the Ukraine. My ancestors, at least part of them, were Hasidic. So I mean, as an ethnicity, a lot of famous ones Bergson was Hasidic, Freud was Hasidic. Countless. If you look into the background of famous Jews, that Einstein, going back a few generations before, so Einstein and Freud, and Bergson were Eastern European Jews who immigrated to Germany and France. and then they became more secular, but they were originally Eastern European, and then they moved into Germany and France, and they ceased their Hasidic lifestyle. And so from the 1880s till World War II, there were about 2 million Eastern European Jews, of which about 30% were Hasidic. And there was a big loss rate that of the Eastern European Jews that came to America, almost across the board became less religious for various reasons, out of desire to assimilate, to get ahead in the world. Some joined the ranks of Reform and Conservative, some intermarried, some became secular. A lot of them remained some type of Orthodoxy, but there weren't really the institutions of Orthodoxy. There were hardly any Hasidic Rebbes. There were hardly any yeshivas. Maybe I'd like to do a stream on the history of the Hasidic movement. So the ethnic component is probably the most important for the history of Hasidus. So in Metro Detroit, you had a Karliner synagogue, you had a Chabad synagogue, and it was just a synagogue. So it was people who were ethnically from those areas of Eastern Europe that were Hasidic. Presumably none of them were really rabbis or Talmidei Chachamim, scholars in Judaism. They were simply Hasidim of Eastern Europe that saw things, the pogroms and more opportunity in America, and came to America. They had some level of assimilation, but remained Hasidic. And when you're Hasidic within a group, it has a distinct style of worship and ritual. So that if there's only one synagogue in town, all the Jews will go to the one synagogue. But if there's enough Jews to have multiple synagogues, people do things slightly different. The nusach, as they call the words in the prayer book, are slightly different. The rituals are slightly different, and it's saying the ethnic component are slightly different, even in terms, like I mentioned, of intermarriage. And some, like Jews who came to America were more likely to widely intermarry. Although also, there's still levels of the tendency that if you came from Karlin or Chabad, when you came to Detroit, there was a larger Orthodox area, and there might have been an area of the neighborhood where most of the Chabadsters, the Karliners, lived, and they went to that synagogue and tended to intermarry within their own sub-ethnic group of Hasidus, or even widely Orthodox Jews, and certainly places like New York, where there were probably close to 100 different Hasidic synagogues before World War II. But it's a loose network. Maybe you call it comparable to modern Orthodox. You're saying most of those people shaved. You have in some places like beards and people speaking Yiddish. So still be a large amount of Yiddish speaking as the first language. But their kids probably spoke more English and were more likely to shave, go to university. Also, like John, thinking mob talk, prohibition in the 20s. So you have a lot of Jewish mafia. Think like like Mayor Lansky and Bugsy Siegel. They probably had some Hasidic blood. They're Eastern European Jews. I mentioned in the last video that Jews historically did, one of the trades that we did was managing inns and bars. And that was a service for hundreds of years that was usually bid out and ran by the Jews in the towns, that included running the inns and the bars. So the rise of Jewish mafia largely happens during Prohibition in the 1920s, where Jews obviously have a lot of wine for rituals and were historically distillers. So during the 20s, during Prohibition, Jews almost dominated the alcohol component of the mafia. In certain towns like Cleveland or Chicago, Detroit, the production and distribution of liquor that was illegal under the mafia was extremely dominated by Jews. Like sometimes even the majority of it in certain areas, over 50% of the mafia related to alcohol during Prohibition was ran by Eastern European Jews, and a lot of those were Hasidim, and a lot of those people, like maybe their parents spoke Yiddish, maybe they even spoke Yiddish, or whatever various part the ethnic community they went to. Usually a synagogue, if enough people from the town that they came from lived there, they might have tried to open up a synagogue and called it after the town that they came from. And so it's going to be similar, God forbid, after the Holocaust, World War II, you're going to have a mass influx of Hasidic rabbis and Hasidim who survived the war, and they're going to have that ethnic base of Hasidim to build up their movements off of. So I'm going to get into that in more detail, but I thought that was, just to understand the rise of Hasidus in America, you need to understand that the ethnic base of Hasidim existed in America from the third wave of immigration, which was Eastern European immigrants, and that there were over 100 Hasidic shtiblik, but most of those people had semi-assimilated, were modern Orthodox. They were more trying to get ahead in business, mafia, distillery, tradesmen, if they could, making to university, becoming doctors and lawyers. Although a lot of that happened later, and then also moving across America. But the ones that stayed in major urban centers, namely New York, became the base when the Rebbes came after the war. They came to New York, and there were hundreds of thousands of Hasidic Jews descendant that came from these towns in Europe that were destroyed during the war. So let me move on. This is very complicated, and dwell on it too bit, but just saying, like, the ethnic component of who are the Hasidic people, who are the Jews, how did there get to be so many of us? Where was our population center? When did we come to America? Where were we in America? And then, I'm going to talk about the rabbis and the Rebbes and the movements. But the rabbis, the Rebbes, and the movements were able to grow largely due to the remnants of the Jews who had came here before the war and were not really that Hasidic, but were ethnically Hasidic, and that was their background. And then after the war, the Rebbes come and revitalize the Hasidic movements. And so I was showing, this is, the Munkacher Rebbe arguing against the creation of Agudas Yisrael and the Zionist movement. And I can't find a list, but it was largely the same against immigrating to America. And so this is, from like an anti-Zionist Orthodox group, and just showing, the long list of rabbis, mostly Hasidic, that were against Zionism and even against the creation of Agudas Yisrael. It includes the vast majority of the Rebbes. But that also was similar to coming to America. That, so when you're saying who are the Hasidic people, and you're saying that the Hasidic people that had the base in America were largely the ones that didn't listen to the rabbis and chose to come to America largely against the commands of their rabbis. So here are just some few links. I'm actually friends with this guy, Shlomo Zionsy, and open-minded Hasid who travels the world, travelogue. He made his fame, or his business, traveling the world and making videos about his travels. And he's an open Hasidic Jew, so he dresses Hasidic, and so he'll talk about generic just traveling to places, and then traveling as a Hasidic Jew in terms like kosher, anti-Semitism, reception, business possibilities, and he became most popular when Peter Santinello came to New York and wanted to, another travelogue person, and I guess they knew each other because they're in the same business. And Shlomo Zayin's actually been to more places than Peter. Peter, you might have a bigger following, but Shlomo Zayin's actually been to more places around the world, and they've been to some of the same places, Saudi Arabia and Far East and all various places. So when Peter Santinello did his tour of America, he started out with Shlomo Zayin's and had tours of Hasidic Brooklyn and the various places of Hasidic Brooklyn. And, so these are good videos if you want to get a feel for modern Hasidism. This woman is, we'll call her a former Satmar Hasid, but I say as an ethnic component, she's still Satmar because Satmar is like her ethnicity. So she, say she doesn't, Friedel Weisel, Brooklyn tour guide. So he said, well, she's still Satmar because that's ethnically she's still Satmar, even though she doesn't follow the religious practices anymore. And she has a YouTube page and does tours of Brooklyn. So another good YouTube page. There's actually quite a few content like that out there. Hey, Tinkle, thanks for tuning in. I saw you in the chat on T-Jump with Justin Sledge, also here in Metro Detroit. Hasidic, well, the Hasidic hats mimic the Polish nobility generally. The Hasidic hats have adapted in style and over the year to become distinctly Hasidic, but the Hasidic hats actually are most likely believed to have been taken from the Polish nobility and saying like, well, all Jews are noble, religiously, we're the chosen people, all Jews are noble. So, Hasidim, wore the hats of the nobility, which would have been like the shtreimel, the fur hat, and those would have been different in different parts of Eastern Europe. And then after a period of time, after the decline of the Polish nobility, the Hasidic hats have taken a life style of their own. But, it's generally a mimicking of European nobility dress in, a way that European nobility no longer dress that way. And the Hasidic mimicking of the European nobility has evolved into its own unique thing. The wigs, generally there's levels of distinction of Hasidim, and like a lot of Hasidim don't wear wigs. And the wig loophole, it might be mentioned in the Talmud. It's likely a few hundred years old, probably also comes in Eastern Europe. And really, Jewish women should be like Muslims and wear hijab, although maybe doesn't have to cover the whole face. But the same reason why Islamic women wear hijab, it comes from a biblical interpretation of a biblical prohibition that married women should not show their hair to anybody but their husband, or even that only during times of intimacy, and largely as a loophole. I guess Jewish women were embarrassed or didn't want to stick out, or just didn't want to wear a sheitel, or like a sheitel, a hijab. So they ended up wearing wigs, and that's actually a dispute among Hasidim. Like in Jerusalem, sheitels are generally forbidden, and you'll find different Hasidic groups with rules about wigs. So wigs are very popular. Most Hasidic women wear wigs, although there's groups of Hasidism that disallow wigs, and there's also shaving the head, where some extreme Hasidic women shave their hair in totality, and would wear just a covering over their head, not a wig. But the wigs are almost uniquely Hasidic, so you could tell the Orthodox Jewish woman, the Hasidic woman, by the shaitel by the Whigs. Yeah, it's interesting history. You could look on, you could find pictures of, saying the Poland basically collapses. I'm saying the Polish-Lithuanian Empire gets taken over by Russia. And, so I don't know what era the Polish nobility wore clothing like that. And it may have fallen out of use already in the mid 1800s, where the Polish nobility no longer dressed like that. And the theory was most Jews in Eastern Europe were poor and persecuted. There was some amount of wealth, obviously like Jews in money lending and the various professions that Jews had. Probably Jews had more wealth and success than your average non-noble goy in Eastern Europe. But Eastern Europe was not a place of wealth. So in a time of poverty, it's like, you're a Jew, you're royalty. All Jews are royalty. So even the most simple Jew dressed like the European nobility royalty, but that would have been the royalty of Eastern Europe. And you could see that also with the felt around the bekeshe, the long jackets, and having a little piece of felt. So like rabbinic, or what I talked last week about the dynasties, and it'll be another, I'll mention that now also, that because I'm going to talk about rabbis in America, and almost all Hasidic rabbis now are the descendants of Hasidic rabbis, and it functions basically like a royal system, where the Baal Shem Tov sent rabbis all over, and those rabbis tried to be stationed as head rabbis or rabbinical positions in the towns, and then over generations their children would succeed the father as rabbi, and then they would send their kids to satellite towns around the areas and install them as rabbis, so that you had we'll call rabbinic dynasties. Many of these Hasidim, they come from the same rabbinic families. Many of the rabbinic families are descended from King David, and the Hasidic rabbis today, a good proportion, maybe even 25 to 50% of the major Hasidic rabbis today at least claim being descended from King David. So, within Hasidic circles, the Rebbes are, we'll call them like royalty. So, like the felt around the bekeshe is a common thing in European nobility. Even in England today, you'll see people wearing the felt around the lapel to signify that they're from the nobility. So in Hasidic groups, that will usually be denote lineage, like a person's royal blooded, that they're a descendant of a Hasidic Rebbe, or that they've reached some sort of superior rabbinic status, even if they don't have, so to say, royal lineage. And so lineage is very important. I mentioned that in last week, and so we'll see that also in the continuation of the dynasties, where Eastern Europe, these dynasties developed over thousands of square miles. Like I showed, the map of I showed the map last time of so this is from the book this is from the book Demography of Hasidism. So this is just like a feel for Eastern Europe, and you could see these are even larger Hasidic centers, where there's hundreds, possibly thousands of towns that had Hasidism, and they mirrored the Polish nobility and created like a sub-royal system, where the head rabbi was like royalty, and their kids took over. So like Germany had like the 100 some provinces, before the unification and various things that, so Hasidim had this mirroring system of nobility, and and even will use terminology like royalty, even claiming to actually be factual Jewish royalty descended from King David, and creating dynasties where their children presided over the towns for, in some cases, even a few hundred years. Some cases, saying the major towns from like, Lubavitch or Schneersholmen, Leidi Schneerson, the first Lubavitch Rebbe, comes to Lubavitch, establishes himself as a prominent rabbi in the town, and has his kids take over, and he doesn't have a royal system in the other way, like we have Square, Chernobyl, Bells, Ger, where the rabbis went to the town, established themselves in some sort of nobility fashion, and then over the period of generations sent their sons to preside over smaller towns or newer Jewish expansion. I think this is the same time where you have mass Jewish population expansion. So, from like the 1800s, where you first have mass, Jewish population is exponentially increasing from, being about 500,000 Jews after the Kalmecki massacres. It's unclear, the population is disputed. But if you say like it's 1650, maybe there's 500,000 Jews in Eastern Europe, and by World War II, it could be as high as 10, 15 million Jews in Eastern Europe. And so you're having rapid expansion, Jews moving into new towns, and the first Hasidic rabbis that established courts in major centers, and then their children having satellite courts in the neighboring towns. And you're going to see when they come to America, it's the descendants. So say what I mentioned, the Hasidim that were already in America came from these towns. So if you came to America from the 1880s to 1920 from Gur, from Ger, and you semi-assimilated, but maybe they still had a Ger Stiebel, and you prayed in a Ger Stiebel and kept some of the customs. And then after the war, the descendants of the Rebbes came to America and reestablished, the way. But the Polish noble system, so there's the interesting interplay. So, that was a lot of information. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to share from that. We'll see here in America. So here is 1918 Hasidic prayer halls in America. So you could see that, there were, he estimated over 100, the Lower East Side, some in Williamsburg, already in Borough Park, in Brownsville, and this is 1918, before the immigration quotas, after the vast majority of the Russian Eastern European Jews had came to America. There were very few Rebbes or rabbis in America, but there were tens, maybe 100 Hasidic Stieblich, across New York, and even tens across, even Detroit had a few Hasidic Stieblich in Milwaukee and Chicago and Baltimore and Philadelphia. And then if you're looking the makeup of a larger city, so this is 2016 populations. So if you're looking at Williamsburg, 2/3 of Hasidim in Williamsburg are Satmar. And the next biggest group is Papa, and that's estimated about 10,000 families. So, could be as much as 50,000 Satmar Hasidim in just Williamsburg. And then you have, I'll talk about Kiryat Joel and New Square, and even in Borough Park where I was, Satmar is still the largest group, 25%. Bobov is 11%. Bells 8%. Ger 6%. In Jerusalem, actually Breslov is the biggest group, with about 15% of Jerusalem being Breslov, and then Ger, Belz, Tolzaren, Satmar, Boyan, Chabad. Crown Heights is dominated by Chabad. Almost 90% of Crown Heights is Chabad. And you see Bnei Brak, is Ger in Viznitz, and they don't have one here for Muncie. But you could see that a lot of times you'll have one Hasidic group that will come to dominate. So even in Europe, where you had like the town of Belz or Ger, that the Ger Rebbe was even the chief rabbi, still only there was almost no place that had more than 50% Hasidim. And like almost all the places in Europe, like they still had non-Jews in them, and churches and military establishment and farming. And I talked about that last week. It's a topic, hopefully maybe in the future I'll go more into detail of, back in the European pre-war history of Hasidus. But, just suffice it to say that there's always inter-elements of other groups. So even in Kiryat Joel, that's, Satmar's hometown, there's other Hasidic groups and other Shtiblik there. And maybe New Square doesn't have non-New Square Shtiblik, but, generally, so even in Europe, there would be other Hasidim living in the town. There'd be some intermarriage. But like even today, like I would say probably 75% or more of, Satmar, Bobov, Belz marry within each other. That's why I said, even to call them like a sub-ethnic group, that, even till today, vast majority of Hasidim intermarry within their same group. So if you're in Borough Park and you're a Karliner Hasid, and even though in Borough Park, Karliner is not even on here. He doesn't even have Karliner on here. Maybe Karliner is 2% of Borough Park. But, that's still a few hundred families. But if you're a Karliner in Borough Park, probably 3/4 of Karliner in Borough Park marry other Karliners. They might marry Karliners from, different cities. But, still till today, most Hasidic groups intermarry within their own Hasidic group, but they live together as a unit. Chabad is really the only one that, individually goes out on their own. So let's get to some American history. So, you had some pre-war Hasidic groups in America. The first, I'll go over some books, but most of the historians, the documentarians of Hasidism in America, Joseph, I'm not sure if he's saying 70% off. Yeah, I don't have a study on that, but I was saying that I wouldn't be surprised if it's that high of the intermarriage rates between Hasidic groups. But so in America, the first group of what we'll call Hasidim that try to have, we'll call proper Hasidus, like a Hasidic revival group, is a spinoff from Chabad, and they're called the Malachim. And, so here's just the Wikipedia page of the Malachim, and their descendants are still semi-popular today. And they were a breakoff from Chabad. The Malach was referred to as Rav Avram Dovber Levine from 1860 to 1938. And he came to New York in 1923, and he was part of Yeshiva Torah Vadas, which I mentioned the biography of Schreiger Feigl Mendelovich, who was one of the founders of Delphin has a book on the Malach. His books are really expensive. So, Delphin mentions, like in Chabad and Satmar, stuff about the Malachim. And, like I mentioned, Doooovid used to work for Chaim Delphin, driving, but even pipe setting. He was one of the first rabbis I met in Borough Park. He was the second really rabbi I met. I stayed by Rabbi Avraham Yaakov Braun, who at that time was Kavrusas with Rabbi Delphin. and introduced me to him, and I even stayed in the synagogue for a brief bit on Flatbush. So if you want to put a link to that, I'll even I'll make you a mod, Joseph, and if you could add a link to that book, I'll look at it later, and maybe I'll pick up his book. So the Malachim, according to and Rabbi Delphin would know more about this than Doooovid, but the Malachim are generally considered the first Hasidic group in America. And I say there were Hasidim in America going back from like the 1880s, the first refugees from Eastern Europe, but they weren't rabbis. They were only semi-connected in their Hasidic customs. They prayed, but there weren't really many scholars, and there weren't like Hasidic rabbis. So there was a Chabad community that had came here. It's questionable, like some of them were sent or were just escaping pogroms, or so Rabbi Levine, the Malach, starts revitalizing Hasidic lifestyle in America. Saying people are trying to assimilate and blend in and get ahead in business. Like the book, The Rosenberg by any other name. Jews are changing their names in masses to more anglicized names, and so the Malach revitalizes Hasidic, wearing like long, like having long beards, unkept beards, payas, wearing their tzitzis out, long jackets, and Rabbi Schleiger Feiger Mendelovitz at Yeshiva Torah Vodaas allows it, and it somewhat sets the trend of what was somewhat unknown of. You might see pictures even in Detroit, the time, like Jews in the long black jackets or hats, but of starting Hasidus in a stronger way, which would have been connected more to European stronger Hasidus. Generally, the historians start with the Malach and his descendants of the shore, and I believe of Spielmeyer Zilberberg, who I used to go to in Israel, I'm not sure if he's descended from the Malach, but I think he comes. I mean, I think he might even Ger Amshna, but I think he has something to do with the Malach, and also like the Shel Shudas gatherings and singing in the dark. But just mentioning the pre-war history that so the Malach is an important part in the rise of Hasidus in America. There's a few Hasidic rabbis that come to America before the war. Mark just asking about who do Hasidic rabbis consult with. Well, I mean, they consult with each other. I mean, Hasidic rabbis might, they consult with engineers or doctors or lawyers, or bankers. So, I mean, it depends what you mean, consult with on what. So, I mean, some Hasidic rabbis will consult with Litvish Rosh Yeshivas that have more expertise, like, the Gedolim, Ramosha Feinstein, Rabbi Kanievsky, historically. I'm not sure what you mean. Rabbis will consult with experts. If it's something rabbinic, they consult with each other. They look in the tradition, the text, and if they can't come up with an answer from the tradition and the text, they'll consult outside experts if it pertains to something like medicine or science, or business, politics, or they'll consult with each other. So Mordechai Shlomo Friedman is the Boyan Rebbe, also known to be one of the first Rebbes in America, and the Boyan coming from the Reginer Hasidus, Yisroel Regine, and was one of the first Rebbes in America. And generally, Orthodox Jews in America were tough. It was a tough role. Most American Jews did not want to be under the authority. The structure, the rabbis in Eastern Europe had state authority. Until the emancipation of the Jews, one of the reasons why Hasidic movement, was Eastern Europe, is also because Jews did not have full citizenship, and you don't want to get too much detracted from the the pre-European lifestyle, and then the emancipation and Napoleon, and then Germany or various Western European countries that gave full citizenship to the Jews. in Eastern Europe, Jews didn't have proper citizenship. They had a noble right or privilege to live in the country as non-citizens, or even like a noble charter. And maybe in a future time we go more into that. And Eurasian was one of the larger dynasties. There was a network of these people in America, and there's also a lot of fundraising, because even before World War I, American Jews tended to be wealthier, more successful. The Golden Medina, America prospers more after World War II, but compared to Eastern Europe, generally they would have been better off in Germany. That you wouldn't have came from. Some Jews came from Germany to America, but there were probably more economic opportunity at that point in Germany than America. But there was certainly more economic opportunity in America than in Eastern Europe, and so rabbis would come to America to fundraise and to attempt to establish rabbinic control in America, or just orthodoxy, or ensure the proper practice of Judaism. And one of the first is the Boyan Rebbe. There's the Kapishnitzer Rebbe, and I'm also going to talk about Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, who so to say leaves Hasidus and becomes a conservative rabbi. Most famous for marching with Dr. Martin Luther King, or dealing with the Pope in Vatican II. But generally, and Carleen Stolen, I'll talk about that the Hasidim weren't like the Hasidim today. Most of them were clean shaved. They worked. They were ethnically Hasidic, like kind of like Israelis, or Sephardim are more today. Like they even though they weren't Orthodox, they affiliated as Orthodox. They maybe still went to an Orthodox shul on Shabbos to pray, but a lot of them didn't keep all the provisions of Orthodoxy. Most of them, shaved and left the Hasidic dress, or anglicized names. But they had a Biana Shtibel, and they brought over a descendant of the Biana Rebbe, and established a Biana Rebbe who didn't really have that much power, because at that time there wasn't that much interest in, said as in America now, people are voluntarily subjected to the rabbis, the Hasidic group. Judaism in America is a voluntary identity. Orthodoxy is a voluntary identity. Submission, acceptance of the advice of rabbis in America is voluntary. As opposed in Europe, that may not have been the case. So most of the rabbis that attempted to come over and establish Orthodoxy in America largely failed. And you might have had a synagogue and had a minyan, and but you didn't really have any followers or serious Torah study going on. But from one of the first Rebbes, another the Novominsk Rebbe, his father was also one of the first Rebbes to come to America, and actually established like the Union of Rebbes. That the Novominsk Rebbe's father had came to America, and you didn't have that much success in establishing Judaism, and actually had like a union of Hasidic Rebbes. And there were like Rebbes from Europe that came over, and either had small synagogues or shtibels, but didn't really have that much power. They even like controversies over controlling kosher, like in Israel. Like the rabbis, they control conversion and kosher, and even kosher they didn't want to let the rabbis even control kosher. So Agudas Yisrael, like I mentioned, like largely forms in Germany, and then takes root in Poland and Hungary, and had pushback at its founding, but now is widely accepted. One of its founders, Rev Eliezer Silver, who somewhat became like the chief rabbi of America, one of the first chief rabbis of America. And we'll say he was a rabbi trained in Europe, not like a great big rabbi, but like a decent rabbi, according to modern standards. But for America, he was much, was trained in Europe, and knew much more, and he was really anti. Like the main thing he did was sue Reform and Orthodox and conservative Jews. He went all over America. He put out hundreds of lawsuits against conservative and Reform Jews for kosher supervision. He put like lots of people in cherem. I think it's unclear if he was directly involved, but he was likely involved in the burning of Mordecai Kaplan's prayer book. But as a pivotal figure in the organization of American Orthodox Jews, namely the creation of the Agudas Yisrael and the war relief effort, which I'll talk about briefly. But he largely hands over leadership during World War II as large rabbis like Moshe Feinstein and Rav Aaron Cutler and Rabbi Kalmanovich. He largely hands over leadership to them. So he has the root of Agudas Yisrael is established. There's some sort of network of Orthodox rabbis, but they're basically just shul rabbis with no power, and have some disputes over kashrus. They're suing conservative Jews, to say that they shouldn't be allowed to, have kashrus at lower standards, and but the Agudas Yisrael is in existence, and in 1939. So it establishes his first office. Rabbi Silver establishes the first office of Agudas Yisrael in the 1930s, and he's really just a synagogue rabbi. A bigger Talmud Chacham, like of the average Orthodox rabbi in America. Just saying like, okay, they kept Sabbath, they put on tefillin, but they weren't really like big scholars. So your Rabbi Silver had smicha, became a rabbi under Rav Chaim Ozer Grodzinski, but isn't necessarily like a huge rabbi. Is just a competent Orthodox rabbi, becomes a shul rabbi, helps organize one of the first organizations of Orthodox rabbis, and then the Agudas Yisrael, and then largely hands it over to the rabbis who come during World War II, and is most known for the war relief efforts during World War II. So Rabbi Silver, a decent rabbi, not necessarily noted as like a Talmud Chacham or exceptionally righteous person, was basically just a synagogue rabbi who organized. To a certain extent, was pretty negative person. Like he was constantly suing people and excommunicating like Reform and conservative rabbis, largely losing battle, but becomes one of the leading American rabbis trying to help people in Europe during World War II, which will become an important basis for the establishment of Hasidus in America, the existence of Agudas Yisrael, and then the war relief efforts that help bring over a lot of rabbis. So like the war relief efforts, God forbid, don't succeed that much. God forbid. So you have the Rabbis March, the famous Rabbis March on the White House in 1943 with Rabbi Silver, and at that point, there's already many Orthodox Jews that have escaped Europe and got into America, and God forbid, really the only thing that American Jews could do during the Holocaust was pressure the United States government to do more. And after the United States joined the war, there really wasn't much that they could do besides bribing Nazis. So it becomes controversial because, in America, generally, they don't want to bribe Nazis. So, Rabbi Silver and the War Relief Board, generally their main method of saving rabbis and Jews during the war is by bribing Nazis. And so a lot of the rabbis that during the war make it to America, including the Lubavitch Rebbe, the Lubavitch Rebbe's father, is through bribing Nazis. And, it's an extremely controversial move. And, it's tough to know what to do. But, that was generally the method that they used in order to try to save rabbis. And they become, Rabbi Silver's most marked after the war, when Jews are in the DP camp, the displaced person camps, and no longer have citizenship in Eastern Europe, and have to migrate to various places. And a lot of them end up in America and in Israel and in various paths. So the War Refugee Board, Rabbi Silver actually has more success after the war. The success during the war is extremely minimal. And the success they have during the war is controversial because it mostly involves bribing Nazis. Some like forged visas or whatever method to save Jews, but it has a lot of success after the war in getting people out of the displaced person camps into America. So, population-wise, only about 250,000 what we'll call Holocaust survivors of various levels come to America. So I say most of the Hasidim in America come from the Eastern immigration wave that were in America before the war and had lost their Hasidic ways somewhat. And then you have the in Orthodox Jewry in general. So, there's some institutes, and I'll try to talk maybe in another future stream about the history of the yeshiva movement. And you have Torah Vodaas, Yeshiva University, Chaim Berlin, Chafetz Chaim, a handful of yeshivas in America. But generally, Orthodox Jewry was kind of, just Jews that tried to keep Sabbath and kosher and put on tefillin and prayed. But, they weren't really educated. They didn't know how to study Talmud. And the level of the Orthodox rabbinate, like people like Rabbi Silver, who were rabbinic graduates of respected institute in Europe, but weren't like a senior rabbi. They were just a rabbi from Europe that became a synagogue rabbi, to where you have like large, big rabbis, and that come over largely during the war and after the war, like Rav Moshe Feinstein, Rabbi Kalmanovich, Rabbi Aaron Cutler that I talked about during the biographies. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, like the Lubavitch. A. Magnus, thanks for the donation if you're from Norway, or if that's whatever it is, but I appreciate that. God bless. So if you're asking laws in Judaism regarding women's authority over man, which would necessitate marriage, I'm not sure if women would have authority. I'm saying, certainly within Hasidus or Orthodoxy, women have respect and prestige in the home, or feminine positions. I'm not sure they have authority. You have to be more specific or to that. But you're mentioning the Rabbis' March, and actually Avraham Joshua Heschel is at this march. I'm going to talk about Avraham Joshua Heschel and somewhat like Neo-Hasidism. But just to mention, Hasidism in America is built up by rabbis that came to America after the war and reestablished Hasidic movement among the people who are ethnically Hasidic from the third migrational wave of Eastern European Jews from like 1880 till 1920. And then there's also a small element of the actual Holocaust survivors themselves, and see that exponential population growth and large families, and people that had a lot of children. But the base of the Hasidic movement are kind of like Bali Tshuva, people that had maintained loosely the Hasidic customs, Orthodox practice, until the rabbis came over after the war. Avraham Joshua Heschel, who was a cousin of the Boyan Rebbe and the Apteruv, a descendant of the famous Apteruv, the Oiv Yisroel, from a Hasidic family, and he was actually in Germany. So he, Avraham Joshua Heschel, most famous for marching with Dr. Martin Luther King, his friendship with Dr. King, with Reverend Niebuhr, and Interfaith, had already went off the path. I believe he went to like the Hildeshire, Orthodox yeshiva that included secular studies in Germany. He was born in 1907 and had went to the University of Berlin and the Wiesenkraft, the German Center of Rabbinic Studies in Germany, and he was actually together with Herschel Greenspan. So in 1938 or 39, Germany tried to deport all the Polish Jews in Germany. So ironically, I have Veronica Kuzniar on my stream. She was mentioning, just the irony that really Polish Jews, even into 1939, before Kristallnacht, the Nazis had been in power for years in Germany, almost 5 years. There had already been many of the anti-Jewish laws passed, but still Polish Jews were trying to get to Germany because, generally Eastern Europe was poverty. There hadn't been the emancipation of the Jews, and it would have been a higher standard of living, opportunities for education and business, even in Nazi Germany up till Kristallnacht and the events leading to Kristallnacht. God forbid, Herschel Greenspan killing von Rath. So Avraham Joshua Heschel was part of the German Jews that were kicked out of Germany in 1938, and then Poland didn't want to take them back, and they were held in displaced person camps on the border between Germany and Poland. And von Rath eventually gets to France and assassinates. Herschel Greenspan getting to France to assassinate von Rath. That is the catalyst for, God forbid, Kristallnacht and leading into the Holocaust, God forbid. But Avraham Joshua Heschel, after being kicked out of Germany and forced to return to Poland, gets one of the few student visas to come to America. So even during the time it was near impossible to come to America, there was still some immigration. So Avraham Joshua Heschel is able to migrate to America, and he has family there. Like I mentioned, the Biana Rebbe is his family, the Kapishitzer Rebbe, but he had already, it became more modern and ends up at the Conservative Institute with Mordecai Kaplan. And, God forbid, he's dismayed with the lack of care or attempt to save Jews during the Holocaust in America. And he actually prays by Rabbi Silver's synagogue. He said the only time he'd seen Rabbi Silver was when he had came to the seminary to put people into Chayrim. So, during the war, he was upset at the lack of interest in conservative Jews and trying to do whatever is possible to save Jews in Europe. And so he's at the March of Rabbis in 1943 with Rabbi Silver, and but maintains being a conservative Jew and has some level of what we're going to call revival of popular Hasidus. So he leaves the Hasidic way, possibly maintains his orthodoxy, gets involved. So I forgot to mention the Agudas Yisrael. One of the things that Agudas Yisrael does after the war, but distinguishes Hasidic groups and Orthodox Jews, is the ban on interfaith. So I'm sorry, there's a lot of information here, and really I'm just giving a small scratch of some of the surface of the history of Hasidus in America. But the Agudas Yisrael, after it gets taken over by European Orthodox rabbis after Rabbi Silver hands over leadership to the sages that come over during World War II. One of the first things they do in 1956 is issue a ban allowing Orthodox Jews to participate in interdenominational organizations together with Reform and conservative Jews, and also forbidding interfaith of, like dealing with Christian and Muslims, or typically interfaith at the time. So Avraham Joshua Heschel, interesting is part of the delegation who meets with the Pope during Vatican II. That's an interesting story. Maybe I'll cover it more. Even here, this Wikipedia, it's controversial whether that's accurate. The Second Vatican Council, as a representative of American Jews, Heschel persuaded the Catholic Church to eliminate or modify passages in its liturgy which demeaned the Jews or referred to an expected conversion of the Jews to Christianity. So, of whether the credit to him is accurate or not is disputed among the other Jews, Rabbi Schuster, or the other Jews, the AJC. I mentioned Mark Tenenbaum. But he's at Vatican II. He meets with the Pope. He's part of the Jewish negotiation with the Pope. Maybe more I'll talk in the history of interfaith, which I'd like to do a stream on in the future. I'll talk more about that. And then he gets involved in anti-Vietnam War protests and civil rights, specifically marching with Dr. King, speaking engagements, the Selma Montgomery March, where John Lewis was there. Cornel West, frequently cites Rabbi Heschel, and also as a kind of Judaizer to Christianity, where Avram Heschel writes popular works where the majority of the readers are Christian. So, but he has a little bit of a Hasidic bent towards them. He tells Hasidic stories, and he draws in his lineage that that he's descended from famous rabbis, Hasidic rabbis, even though he's no longer Hasidic, and he popularizes in the English language personalizes, like he was the polar counterweight to Mordecai Kaplan. Both him and Mordecai Kaplan were both at the Jewish Theological Center, and Mordecai Kaplan was more atheistic and didn't believe in a personal God or spiritualism in general, as where Avram Heschel, although he wasn't Hasidic, he still believed in spiritualism and the value of ritual and some form of personalism in terms of relationship to God. And a lot of that is drawn from his Hasidic background, and he popularizes stories about Hasidism. We also have people like Martin Buber or Ginsburg that Mark Smith is always mentioning that are popularizing Hasidic tales. But Avram Joshua Heschel might be from the most famous semi-mass popularizers of Hasidic ideas to the general public. So you mentioned largely Hasidim as an ethnic group in a reestablishment of Hasidic centers that is exclusive to descendants of the Hasidim in Europe. That if you go to most Hasidim in America, are exclusively the descendants of Hasidism in Europe. And the other, Shlomo Carlebach, probably even more famous than Rabbi Heschel, maybe not, but up there as the most famous popularizers of Hasidus. And Carlebach himself is not from a Hasidic family. Carlebach is Germanic, Litvish, in Detroit Yeshiva, Carlebach and Chaim Berlin, but he his father has the Carlebach Synagogue of the Upper West Side. Doooovid used to go there regularly, used to bring Hasidim there, used to even be friendly with Shlomo Carlebach, grandson, grandnephew, Rabbi Citrin, who is the current rabbi there, and Shlomo Carlebach popularizes Hasidic stories and songs across America, mostly to fellow Orthodox Jews. And he's controversial. He's originally a follower of the Chabad rabbi, the Lubavitch Rebbe, before the Lubavitch Rebbe became Rebbe. I hope to do a whole stream on just the Lubavitch Rebbe. Maybe next Saturday night I will plan on doing a stream just on the Lubavitch Rebbe and the Chabad movement. So before, I'm going to talk about Chabad in a minute also, but when the Rebbe gets to America during the war and is able, through bribing Nazis, to get his father-in-law here, who maintains his position of Rebbe here in America till he passes away, and then Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, his son-in-law, and distant cousin, or even relatively close cousin, becomes the next Rebbe. But at the time, he had been doing in-reach to other Orthodox Jews, teaching Chabad philosophy to other Orthodox Jews, and had a small following in Crown Heights of not too many people. And his main students were Shlomo Carlebach, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, who I'm going to talk about in a minute, and Ben-Zion Shenker of Mudgets, who becomes a famous singer. But Shlomo Carlebach falls short of the dictates of the Lubavitch Rebbe of emissary. I mean, he's not fully in the confines of halacha and Orthodox Judaism to be considered a shliach, and God forbid, there's his legacy of controversy and even possibly sexual misconduct, God forbid. But is probably the biggest popularizer in America of Hasidic stories and Hasidic tunes, although most of that is to fellow Orthodox Jews. And I would say probably 50% of popular synagogue music today is Shlomo Carlebach tunes, that some of it that he wrote that was like hippie music that he put to Jewish words, or some of it was older Hasidic tunes that he popularized. But just important in the spread of Hasidus in America, and kind of this wider, where I'll talk about after, like the wider effect of Hasidus on American society outside of called the ethnic Hasidim. So you have, we have the ethnic Hasidim, and then possibly the larger Hasidic movement. So the Rebbe, obviously. So hopefully next week I will do a whole stream on the Rebbe and Chabad, and that is probably Hasidus in America today is mostly seen through Chabad, and now there's 6,500 worldwide. But the Rebbe makes it to America. The Rebbe's father came to America even in Detroit in like the 20s. It said there were so in Crown Heights there were thousands of Chabadsters in America from the third wave of immigration of Eastern European immigrants before World War I. But they were not that religious, to some extent. They after the war, you have the entering of the rabbinic class, and when the Rebbe gets here, he opens up a yeshiva. So you had Chabadsters, you didn't have yeshivas. You just had people ethnically Chabad from that European Hasidic background that tried to keep some of the customs, maybe largely intermarried with each other, and you become the dominant group in Crown Heights and have this large base of thousands of families of ethnic Chabad Hasidim to work with. And now that they're here, to convince some of them to return to a more proper Hasidic lifestyle, and educate them and turn them into rabbis, and create the Lubavitcher movement, which really what talk about other Hasidic groups also So I'll leave that for now, because next week I hope to do a whole nother stream just on Chabad. The Yanuka, if you're referring to the young Sephardi rabbi in Jerusalem, who's Hasidic friendly, so it's hard to differentiate. Like, so you have popular charismatic rabbis that create new synagogues and even new movements, and that could even make new communities. A community where the rabbi officiates weddings, creates a synagogue, and the people within the synagogue, their kids marry each other, and then over a few generations, you have a movement. And in Israel, if that went, the Yanuka would be intermarriage between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. He's still young; he's a popular rabbi, but if you're looking towards what the Hasidic rabbis in the early movement, before the dynasties were formed, the Baal Shem Tov and the first few generations of his followers, or the Hasidic rabbis that reestablished Hasidus in America and in Israel, it was probably similar to the Yanuka in Israel, where you see like the pictures of the rabbi giving speeches, leading chanting, people kissing the hand and begging for a blessing. So the Yanuka is Sephardi, but that would probably be more indicative of how these Hasidic rabbis were when they were leading Jewish revivals. So like when you have today ethnic Hasidic groups where they're all very Orthodox, you have some rabbis like that. But that's why I'm differentiating between what I'll call ethnic Hasidim and the larger Hasidic philosophy and movement. And so there's different parts, and multiple truth hypothesis that I'm not, maybe towards the end I'll try to mention some about the multiple truth hypothesis. So here's another important milestone: the creation of New Square. So you have the establishment of a Hasidic township. Later you have Kiryat Joel, but the first one is New Square in 1959. And 1961, the township is created, and New Square also is from the big, Nachum Chernobyl and Square. So you would have had ethnic squares in America from the third wave of Eastern European immigration before World War I. And after World War II, the Rebbes came over as refugees and reestablished the Hasidus, largely among the ethnic descendants of their Hasidic group that had been in America from the third wave of immigration, and some of them also Holocaust survivors. And so if you went to like New Square, I'm not sure the demographics or any of the Hasidic groups, maybe 30% are Holocaust survivors and 70% are descendants of Eastern European Jews from the third wave of immigration that became reaffiliated with their Hasidus to a stronger degree when the Rebbes came over after the war. And that could change in various groups from maybe 75% Holocaust survivors to 25% Holocaust survivors, because they have the ethnic base to work with. But I said there's 2 million Jews came over in the third wave of immigration from the first pogroms through World War I. Only 250,000 Jews came over after the Holocaust. So of the 2 million Jews that came from Eastern Europe, probably, I just random estimate, maybe 750,000 of them were from some sort of ethnic Hasidic background, and maybe half of those held onto their Hasidic background enough through World War II that when the Rebbes started coming over, that they returned to their Hasidic lifestyle and rejoined the Hasidic groups in America, together with the few 100,000 Holocaust survivors. However, the rabbis are almost exclusively Holocaust survivors, because almost none of the rabbis had came to the war before the Holocaust. So that's the case with the New Square Rebbe, Rabbi Twersky, who reestablishes the square Hasidus after coming to America after the war, and squares a large Hasidus. And there were already thousands of, maybe even tens of thousands of people descended from square Hasidim that came to America during the Eastern immigration third wave, and were living in Lower East Side, Williamsburg, and various places. And the Rebbe decided to establish his own township and fight some anti-Semitism, some government approval, and eventually succeeds. Now the population is about 10,000. I think it's actually decreased. I think at one point it had been almost 20,000. Then later you have New Square. You have Kiryat Joel of Satmar, which is established in 1974 and slowly builds up. So after New Square, you have Kiryat Joel. You also have Kiryat Viznitz in Muncie, and these kind of small enclaves of like a shtetl, where you have almost uniquely full Hasidic communities in America. So just here's a list of Hasidic dynasties in America, and you can see that there's a whole bunch of them. So if you look at the main ones that have probably over 10,000 members, men, women, and children, Belz, Bobov, Breslov, Chabad, Ger, Klosenberg, Satmar, Square, Viznitz. Some of them are even headquartered in, Belz is in Jerusalem, but they have thousands of Belzer Hasidim. I think thousands in America. Borough Park is the biggest amount, but you have Belzers in almost all our, Williamsburg, Muncie, Breslov. There's sizable amount all over, like all Hasidic communities. Chabad has its own center in Crown Heights, but you'll find Lubavitchers in almost all Hasidic centers and now around the world, where Satmar and Chabad in number are about the largest, although Chabad affiliates that represents millions of people. And next week we'll talk more about that, is where Satmar, saying that Chabad created rabbis that represent non-ethnic Chabadsters. So you call non-ethnic Chabadsters also to some extent, although the leadership of Chabad is almost exclusively ethnic Chabadsters. Square in Viznitz, and Ger, Borough Park, the camps in various places. Here you have smaller dynasties, and you see a lot of these are headquartered in Brooklyn, Alexander, Amshnov, Ashlog, Berdichev, Biala, Boston, Boyan, Chernobyl, Karlin, Munkach, Navorna, Nicholsburg, Novominsk, Pupa, Rockman's Rivka, Sadigor, Tolzarin, Tolzar-Mitzkak, Shomer Munum, Slonim, Skolios, Glen, Spinka, Strupkov, Zvil. A lot of these Rebbes, sometimes they're multi-generational, so they have Rebbes in Jerusalem, London, Belgium, and America. So a lot of these, like some of these places, have like 10 different Rebbes, because they're dynasties, and they all call themselves like the Rebbe. Some of them are centralized, where there's only one Rebbe, but like a lot of them, there'll be like a Rebbe in Skoli, in Muncie, in Williamsburg, in Borough Park, in Jerusalem, and Bnei Brak, in London, in Belgium, and different settlements across Israel. And you can see the list of other dynasties, and there's really hundreds of them. So like, I think there's well over 1,000 Hasidic Shtiblich in New York today. there's probably a good 300 Hasidic groups, even Hasidic schools. There's, countless of them. Aquarium, thanks for tuning in. So let me take a break. I have more to cover. So you actually a lot of material. Your Doooovid already 2 hours. I'm kind of working on my own identity crisis. So I'm kind of just publicly talking through, try to do a little public service, a little bit of important history. So I take a break. I'll try to chant a few Hasidic tunes. So Doooovid served the Skulener Rebbe and welcome Abrahamism, and helped sponsor like Melova Malka. For almost 2 years, I bought food for Melova Malka. I mean, the Rebbe, the shul had bread and various things Shirayim, but sponsored various food for Melova Malka for almost 2 years. Skulener Rebbe, a blessed memory, I'll talk about that more, is one of the important rabbis that helped reestablish Hasidus in America, came over from Europe, and he actually came over later in the 50s. So the Skulener Rebbe was most famous for his tunes. Aquarian, you want to call in? I mean, I put the link, so if you want to chat a minute, maybe I'll help rest my voice and you could join in for a minute. I don't want to get too far off the topic, and I had still more stuff to include. Your I see you there, but your device is not connected yet, so you probably got to connect your at least your sound if you're going to do video also. So let me chant a quick tune where you're getting that together. This, I think, from Psalm 77. Rui Elichoisecha Elohim Alikos Keli Malchi Bakodesh Rui Elichoisecha Elohim Alikos Keli Malchi Bakodesh Kid Mishurim Achar Nagnim B'Saychalumais Taifefois Kid Mishurim Achar Nagnim B'Saychalumais Taifefois B'ma Kelos Borchi Elokim Hashem Minkor Yisroel B'ma Kelos Borchi Elokim Hashem. Okay, so Aquarium, I see you back room, but it says device not connected. So if you join, but you don't have your sound connected yet, I can't add you. But till you're ready, I'll try to chant a few more tunes. So another favorite from Psalms. Li Ami Shomei Li Yisroel B'Drachav Lechi. Li Ami, if only my nation would listen to me. Yisroel B'Drachav Yalechi, and Israel would follow my ways. Kamat Doiveya Machnia. Then I almost defeat our enemies. Kamat Doiveya Machnia. And deliver us from our pains. Li Ami Shomei Li Yisroel B'Drachav Yalechi. Li Ami Shomei Li Yisroel B'Drachav Yalechi. Kemat Toivei Machnia V'al Tzorei mushiv yovodi. Kemat toiveyemach niya. Vial mushiv yovodi. Liya mishoy meyali. Yisroel bidrovachav yalechi. Okay, so see if... Okay, there he is.
You're in the show. Welcome to Doooovid.
Hey, Liam, first time we got you here. So I guess I got two of me and one of you. So give myself the advantage. I use one computer for my sound. So,
I wish we had three of you, Doovad.
okay, so fair. So keep it even, just in case you try something and you get 2-on-1 here. So I'm not sure if you were listening in. So this is the first time we've actually ever spoken. So we messaged. I've seen some of your content, but I believe this is the first time we've ever actually spoken. So did you have something particular interesting you want to talk about? Did you have any comment on Hasidism, the history of Hasidism, or just general?
One thing that I heard you say before you checked out was that you were feeling a bit depressed, and I wanted to be here for you, to hear you out and perhaps share my thoughts. I've been studying esotericism.
Identity crisis. I mean, I don't know if I'm depressed. Like I don't think I'm suffering, but I'm suffering an identity crisis. And part of that is who am I? Like Hasidic Jew, or like. But I don't say I'm depressed, but you're definitely identity crisis.
One thing, I've been going through that a lot too, Doovid. And so one thing that I think this whole sexual identification phenomena that we are a witness to right now is in Gnosticism, something I've been studying lately. Kabbalism has a lot to do with it, is identifying with our ego. And so we want to identify as a religious party, as a political party, and all these identities are perhaps fiction and parts of our ego. And what I've been researching is that our ego really needs to be almost annihilated.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge part of Hasidic thought, like in terms of the Kabbalistic thought, the annihilation of ego, but the annihilation of ego to what? I think like the most popular sports movie, like Hoosiers, or I assume the movie, the basketball movie Hoosiers, Gene Hackman. But just where saying you got to break a person down to train them up. So first thing, like in the army or anything, you got to break a person down, but then you want to train them up. So, for Kabbalistically, okay, you have to nullify the ego, but then you retrain yourself as a servant of God. And, so like, I definitely agree with that, but I'm not sure, like, okay, so if you just destroy your ego,
what replaces that?
Yeah, what replaces it?
Moshiach.
Well, I mean, if you're going to say, well, as a Hasidic Jew, so that was my identity. So, I went to Israel, became a born-again Jew, a Hasid, and basically went through ego nullification. I largely, completely nullified my ego. I gave away, basically my possessions, my money. I, even started speaking a different language. I, for a period of time, disconnected from my family, all my friends, everything that I'd known. Completely developed a new lifestyle. I submitted to the rabbis and everything, and my new identity was as a Hasidic Jew. And part of that was like, okay, like like repair the world and bring bring Mashiach. And, so I still identified as a Hasidic Jew, but then later, okay, like I kind of failed. Like I was mentioned, like I'm a half Jew. Hasidic Judaism is somewhat like an ethnicity. And, I didn't necessarily fit in that great with Hasidic Jews. Even the rabbis wanted me to do things for them because I was different. Like, I was driving and various communal relations, largely because like my father wasn't Jewish. And even the rabbis were kind of like straight up and told me, like, we got different things we want you to do because I was only a half Jew. To later, like a more, midlife crisis that like, okay, like I didn't find a partner to marry. And Hasidic Jewry's, or that is mostly about continuity and child rearing, and it's a communal religion. There's not really a Protestant approach to Judaism. It's about a community. Then I became Hindu, and I think the identity of like the Hare Krishnas, or I didn't leave my Hasidism, but I incorporated Hinduism. I like the Hare Krishnas, and they simply, well, you're not this body, and like, well, I agree. Like I'm my soul. Like I control the body, but I don't identify with the body, and yeah, I didn't get too much into like the countercultural stuff or the critiques. Like, okay, well, I'm not my gender. And I would take I'm not my body, but I would still be like, well, my body's a heterosexual male or something like that. That's not my essential identity. My essential identity is my soul, not my body. But I mean, Hasidism is a movement that could basically guide everything in my life. I'm part of a people. There's a goal, and like, I mean, you're a big follower of like Adam Green, and saying like, I mean, if I largely agree with a lot of his research, but I think, no, it's going to be good for us in the whole world. Like, no, that's exactly what I was trying to do for decades of my life. And I'm still kind of trying to do that. That's my identity. I'm a Hasidic Jew, and I think we're doing something positive for the world. Like, we're trying to bring Mashiach, and like, you just don't realize it's going to be good for you, Goy. But that's also the identity crisis. Like, obviously debating Adam Green and Countersemites for a few years, it's like, okay, for like 2 decades, I just assumed like it's going to be good for you, Goy. How could you even complain?
How is it going to be good for the Goy?
Well, I mean,
I feel like it doesn't turn out well for the Goy. They get annihilated, or they're kept alive to be servants.
Well, we could debate this, but I'm saying my identity, like, wasn't based on subverting the Goyim. My identity, like, I had a positive identity as a Hasid, where I believed that I was part of something that was good and causing a positive force for the world.
And you don't feel like that anymore?
Well, I still largely do, but I could see that, like, okay, as you as a Goy don't feel that way. And like, if I can't convince you that I'm right, it's a blow on my identity. Like, okay, I can't even convince my fellow Jews, let alone the Goyim. But yeah, I mean, my identity as a Hasidic Jew,
I don't think we should hinges
upon, hinges upon that I'm doing something positive. And I could take the like, oh, you're wrong, like, oh, or some sort of martyr complex. I could fall into that identity. And I was going to talk about that later, with Hasidic Judaism. But yeah, man, the pushback from counter-Semites, even my own father, even my own family, even my own Jewish family, not to mention just my father, but my mom. Even my mom's not so sure we're doing something good for the world.
I'm a philo-Semitic. I have lots of Jewish people in my life, actually, whom I love and I talk to a lot. But even the least religious of them still do have lots of these things ingrained in them, where they're out, like they're like schizophrenic. They're told that they're chosen, but they don't look like everybody. Even though you look like everybody, you're not them. And they actually want to fucking kill you and let me ingrain the Holocaust into your brain some more to let you and then so it's this like it's us versus them thing, which leads to tribalism, and I believe tribalism is more animalistic than humanistic. From my studies in Kabbalah, we're trying to become ultimately human and out of our animal.
Well, because it's part of the ethnic identity. So if you were a former Christian, leave Christianity, you could call yourself culturally Christian, but you're not ethnically Christian. You still might have family that are majority Christian.
Because it was a Jewish creation, so there's no such thing as an ethnic Christian.
Yes, exactly. As opposed to Jews are still ethnically Jewish, and and a large element, like I was mentioning, that the Hasidic movement when it started, it focused almost exclusively on Jews, and at that time, Orthodox Jews that switched to Hasidim, and even the Hasidic movement today focuses almost exclusively on Jews. And I mean, it's complicated because it's eschatology, and like if you're, I say like you're wrong, that's not really what we believe, and we could argue about it. Or you could say, well, I'm biased, like I'm a Jew and I'm pushing this stuff, and you don't believe me, or you think I'm wrong, and you've done your own research and came to your own conclusion. So I mean, we could agree to disagree and say like, okay, but still, it's an effect on my identity that like if I think I'm doing something positive, why can't I convince you I'm doing something positive? Or if I think this is what the religion stands for, and then you've done your own research and came to your own conclusion, it's like, no, I mean, like I read your books and spoke to enough people that I think you're biased, and or I mean, God forbid, you could even say it in more counter-Semitic language, accuse people of lying or purposely being subversive.
Why do you say God forbid? I thought we're not supposed to say the name of God. So God's not the name of God?
You're not supposed, I mean, when I write G/D, you could say the word. I mean, you shouldn't.
Kamel Dalet.
No, I'm saying you're not supposed to
say the Yod.
You're not supposed to.
I've learned it. I've learned Hebrew recently. You should know that.
No, oh well, good for you. But I mean, you're not supposed to. Oh, the name's slipping me of the commandment, but I'm saying that you shouldn't like curse the name of God, and you should be careful with the name of God. So when you write it, once you write it, then what you wrote it on becomes holy, and so then the reason you write G/D is because what you wrote is going to be destroyed. So if you wrote like the holy name,
you say God.
You could say it because the words go into the left my mouth, and the resonance, not the same as writing it. So G/D is the superstition that what you've written it on will be destroyed. So you could say the word.
Oh, is that like that's like creating a golem? I feel a little bit, right? You know about golems?
No, it's the desecration of God's name. So it's saying that if you write the name of God on paper, and then the paper gets destroyed, you've desecrated God's name. So that you write G/D, it's not really God's name, it's G/D. And then if the paper gets thrown away, or if you write like on the screen, you write G/D, and then it disappears from the screen, the name is potentially been desecrated. So, but it's not the same for saying it. So when you say it, it doesn't get thrown away.
How do we get from Yod Hey Vod Hey to G-O-D?
Well, G/D is just the German word. But you're saying we're even superstitious with the Anglo-Germanic word that you could desecrate the translation of God's name. So you have to be more careful with the desecration of Yud Hey Vav Hey of God's real name. But even to desecrate the translation of God's name into German or English, you should be careful with. And you have to be more careful with writing than speech.
I actually believe in the power of the word. And call me superstitious, but
would say the power of writing is more powerful than the word, or at least the potential for desecration is more potential for the written than the spoken. But I say God forbid, because I disagree with you that you're saying, saying the Jewish people are awesome, and you say the Jewish people are horrible. So I say God forbid. God forbid, like it's my way of saying that.
You say God forbid all the time.
Well, because people are constantly saying things that necessitate, if you say it's a superstition, it comes from the New Testament, the expression that should not come to pass. So if you say well, if you get hit by a car, it'd be like, well, God forbid, or if you got sick, God forbid. Like, I don't want to get hit by a car.
I think we do speak things into existence, right?
Yeah, so I'm nullifying your curse. So basically you cursed me, and I had to say God forbid to nullify your curse.
God forbid the Jews run.
You say something negative about the Jewish people, so I'm like, oh, God forbid. Like, I'm nullifying your curse.
So every time So I'm cursing and I don't even know it sometimes, I guess.
Well, then that's why I said God forbid, because I interpreted what you said as like a curse, and I had to nullify it by saying God forbid.
God, you guys are. I started off studying, well, first of all, theology from a Catholic university, wanted to be a Catholic priest, then started studying astrology, then the Tarot, and the Tarot is built upon the Hebrew letters in their Aleph Bet. And then the numerology, the gematria. I'm like, man, y'all, if you want to study occult symbolism, you're going to come to Judaism. But y'all got your alphabet from like Acadia, Sumeria, Babylonia before that, and Egypt. It's just like it's a hieroglyph that's been so. I don't want to give the Jewish people all the credit for occultism, but.
Well, I mean, if you accept the hagiography versus the academic history. So I was saying that the reason why Hebrew is at the source, I saw like Justin Sledge on T-Jump, you talk like, most of the demonology and stuff, it's a corrupted form of Hebrew, and coming from a biblical superstition that God spoke the word into existence, or that Adam called the animals by the name, and that even the Kabbalists say that the source of creation is actually Hebrew. So it's a contradiction between the legends of Judaism and history. So if the history shows that there's languages that predate Judaism and Hebrew derived from other languages, or even the alphabet, and you have the archaeological and recorded history versus the belief system that says that no, Hebrew is the precursor. It is, so to say, the language of God. And so when you speak in Hebrew, it is like directly speaking the language of God, as opposed to different language.
It came from Aramaic, so there was many languages.
I mean, that's why you need the multiple truth. I was saying you're rejecting the biblical Kabbalistic postulation.
You could say that about English, just the same you could say about that as Hebrew.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you believe in the biblical creation story, but if you're a young Earth creationist, you say like, no, the world is 5,779 years old, and this is our understanding of history, versus an academic, what would be based on archaeology or historical evidence. So it's that as a believer, this is what we believe, and then if you say, well, I don't believe it, and I believe the evidence, and according to the evidence, your belief makes no sense.
Doooovid, I have to close out soon. Let's make a New Year's resolution together. I resolve to not.
Joyous New Year's.
The Goy's New Year. You celebrate your New Year what in Tavet?
Yeah, that was in September. So this
Tough. How do you choose the vowels? That's a video for another day. But in the new year, I'm going to vow to not elevate my ethnicity over other people. I will not choose a racial supremic nor a religious supremic worldview. Can you make that promise together with me and not banish it out at cold nidre?
Well, God forbid that's not my interpretation of Judaism. So you're interpreting.
Good. That's good to hear.
You're interpreting.
Will you share that with your fellow man?
Well, I'm here streaming. This is about my opinion. I assume most Jews would
not agree
would disagree with your assessment. You could say you've analyzed it, and for whatever reason you think you're right, even though the vast majority of Jews would disagree with your assessment.
And I agree, and I love that, and I agree with them on that. But there is still a strain that runs perhaps deeper than the normal person might think. That
you're the believer. I still think that we're management, but that's not supremacist.
Management?
Well, so look, like you're saying that we have Jews, so to say, have a managerial role in society and among humankind as a whole.
The
but
Jews
I don't interpret that to be a supremacist.
Yeah, the managerial role is higher than the person stocking the shelves.
Well, we could argue about that, but it's saying that I'm not
No,
going to
but
denounce.
that's pretty commonsensical.
Well, I mean, I know I've argued this with Adam, and we could argue about that more, but
I don't want to argue with you ever. I will converse.
That's not my understanding of it. So you're saying that even though I'm claiming that we don't have a supremacist view and we're management at the same time, that you can't have it both ways. That if you're claiming to be management, then you're supremacist.
In the Catholic Church, we have this idea of the first among equals. I feel like that was an early interpolation of a pill pool amongst the Catholic bread of Judaism.
Well, because the Catholics are largely claiming to be the new Judaism. Israel. So I mean, Catholics in a similar way, Christians, if some form of replacement theology you're just saying that they're the new Jews, like Adam's always pointing out, the new Jews. So the supremacist element that you're claiming on Jews is also widely held by the church, but it's not ethnic. It's or if it's based on different classifications. But I mean,
I'm going to ask you a question, and I ask for your honesty and your sincerity. If you were to put yourselves into our place, namely a white Western Europeaner who's only makes up about 8% of the world, and it seems like we do have a bullseye put on our back, what would be your advice to us to try to not be extinguished?
Well, because you're using hyperbole. So
let me break that down more.
I know what you're saying, but if you're saying like demographic, to stem the tide of demographic change, to maintain, majority dominant.
In the Hebrew scriptures, it is written to wipe out Amalek, Esau, which is the white Europeaner. And so that's one
interpretation. I would say that's. I argue with Adam about that interpretation and saying the dominant figure Esau is.
The rabbis say it. How many more videos does Adam have to show of rabbis?
But you're not saying it. You're
rabbis.
But you're saying it incorrectly. So you're saying that Esau is according to the Kabbalists, the Esau is
Rome, Amalek, America, Germany.
Well, I'm saying it's the dominating force. You are not Esau. You are under the dominion of Esau, but you yourself are not Esau.
And Samael. I would like to shout to Samael.
But I'm saying that the West is under the dominion of Esau. You are not Esau yourself. You're under the dominion of Esau.
And Jews aren't living in the West under the dominion of Esau?
Well, I'm saying we largely are. That's saying if it's the royalty or the president or whatever the force, that we're under the dominion of.
And so we have legit a foreign people living in this land, and who I just have been here just for not that long, but at least I love it. I'm not trying to destroy it. And the religious scriptures is to destroy that. That's not your homeland. You're just a foreigner in a strange land. And that land is going to be
get this classification right, because you were talking about, let's say, a phenomenon we could agree upon, and then the Kabbalistic understanding of the explanation. So you're just European. You're not descended from European royalty or a European aristocrat. Maybe if you were actually an ordained Catholic priest, then you would be considered some form of European aristocracy, directly under Rome. So it could be like if you actually were ordained a Catholic priest, then you would be a representative of Esau. By saying that, the Jews are saying currently the force that's the dominion over the West is Esau. It's not the Jews. It's a descendant of Abraham. It's Esau. It's not that the Europeans are Esau. It's that the Europeans are under the dominion of Esau, and that would be under organizations like the church or the royalty. So that would be, if you had become a Catholic priest, that Jews might have understood that to be that you became a steward of Esau. That might not have been what you thought if you had became a Catholic priest, but that's the way the Kabbalists would have interpreted it, that as a Catholic priest, that in reality you were a steward of Esau.
Damn. Good thing I didn't become a Catholic priest, right?
I was saying that's how the Kabbalists interpret it. You're saying that Rome was, that the Caesars and the Rome was under the dominion of Esau, and then that leadership was passed into the Catholic Church and the European royalty. But if you're just a blue-eyed man, you're just a European. You're not. You're under Esau just like us as Jews. The dominant force that controls the West, according to the Kabbalist, is Esau, and the vehicle that the West uses to do that is the royalty and the church, and the governmental system, which are all remnants of Rome. So if you're just but I'm saying, so that's a metaphysical understanding that the Kabbalists have.
Do Jews believe that America is Esau?
No, Esau is,
or Edom, or it's a spirit, so it's not a physical thing.
Yeah, and it's a spirit, and it dominates the ruling class. So if you're just a goy, you're not Esau.
The ruling class are Jewish people.
Well, I was saying the non-Jews in the ruling class, which say the Catholic priests, the European royalty, the majority of politicians, or whatever that force is, that the non-Jews who rise to power in the West are the representatives of Esau, under the dominion of Esau.
How do you feel about people who don't identify as, like people who are doing neo-pagan stuff, like revitalizing their?
Well, just to make sure you get, like, you're an astrologist.
Astrologer. So I don't think is astrologist a word. I'm not sure if that is.
You're an astrologer. You believe that there's dominant forces that control people, regardless of whether they know it or not.
Like gravity controls us. Yeah, the weather is a thing that we don't control.
Well, I'm not talking physics. I'm talking spiritual forces.
So I'm talking metaphysics. So but there's a relation, as above, so below. The letter Aleph teaches us that.
Yeah, but you're not an astrologer talking about gravity and weather. You're an astrologer talking about, presumably spiritual effects, not scientific effects.
Continue.
So it's saying that Esau is this metaphysical concept. To say, if you're an astrologer and you're saying that, well, humanity, this country is under the dominion of this force. But then you paste
it on all the people who aren't Jewish, so that's kind of fucked up. Yeah, okay, that's a metaphysical thing, and then so all the darkness is those who aren't us.
Well, no. So the world, according to the Kabbalists, the world is under the dominionship of two forces that are mainly the East and West, which are biblically in reference to the personalities of Esau and Ishmael. That the East is under the dominionship of Ishmael, which is seen through the Muslim religion, and the West is under the dominionship
so metaphorically, because I don't believe in the physicality of this. I know historically that's all false. So how do you interpret that metaphysically? Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that's just how the Kabbalists understood it. That's how they understood the force of the East and West and the dominion. So it's okay, like we might have, as mentioned, like the Polish nobility or the English royalty or the Supreme Court in the United States, or whatever the power of the Catholic Church, that is understood collectively to be under the force of Esau. That there's one dominant force that is the force of all forces in the West, and that's the force of Esau.
And what's your definition of Esau? Is more bestial, more animalistic, but he serves a purpose, because we could yoke him and he could plow the fields for us, right? So that's why we shouldn't kill all the goy as we go into the Messianic age, because some of them should be alive to plow the fields for us.
Well, that's your interpretation, but that might be part of it. It's
the interpretation of many Rebbes, and not just fringe Rebbes, ones who,
but also
prominent.
Yeah, but also Esau. Esau in the West is, the foundation of science and engineering and technology.
Is there a connection between the name Esau and?
You can say, okay, that Esau is the man of the plow and the sword. And like I said, Adam, from the Jewish superstition, that's based directly on the verses in Abraham's blessing to, saying Isaac's blessing to
that he stole through deception. Why
Esau will live by the sword, and the sword also the plow, and will serve Jacob when he's good.
Wars for them. Does America not fight the wars for Israel?
Well, to some extent, but I'm saying that the technology. So you have the sword and the plow, which is remnant today.
And we have the Iron Dome.
Well, it's saying that's remnant today of really all forms of science and technology. So say that you will make science and technology, and we will utilize it.
Y'all got us checkmated. You guys checkmated.
Saying
I know you love chess, so you might love that reference.
Well, I'm saying that is not to say that's completely pejorative. Saying that you're the blue-eyed man. You're the blue-eyed man, like you're the developers of.
That's why you hate the Germans the most, and you want to wipe them out the most because they.
No, God forbid, but I'm saying we love the Germans because the Germans are the proprietors of science and technology. Electricity.
I studied Einstein.
Electricity and manufacture are basically German inventions.
Albert Einstein plagiarized a bunch of this stuff.
Yeah, I read that.
The Diary of Anne Frank was like a total forgery.
I get too much. You just have like one conspiracy theory, one after the next. That's all you want.
No, those have been proven.
Well, maybe, but I don't know. You prove something of historical record that whatever.
Are there cases of Jewish people putting up swastika signs that incite anti-Semitism? Because, like Theodore Herzl says, anti-Semitism actually helps the cause. Are you falling for that, though?
God forbid. Yeah, so what?
Well, I think people don't know about that, and they should know about that. That Jewish people are known for causing anti-Semitism. So when such things as Kanye West, which has been a highlight this year, has come to the forefront, is it so organic? We got fireworks. The Goy are shooting off fireworks.
Well, no, Kabbalistically, most of the Kabbalists are like the Rabbi Adam Green quote are more in line with Kevin McDonald.
Call Adam a rabbi?
Well, I'm saying that the rabbis that he quotes, they say that if you talk about, guys stream with Charles Moskowitz or like the ADL or various people that say that to a large extent, anti-Semitism is the reaction to bad Jewish behavior. And the cause of anti-Semitism is basically exclusively bad Jewish behavior. That most of the rabbis and the Kabbalists say that. That's specifically what the verse in Genesis said. That's specifically what Isaac says to Esau. Like, when I am good, you will serve me. When I am bad, you will slay me. Saying that's the
divine persecutor.
Like anti-Semitism that that to say, if I behave well, you will be happy to serve me. And if I behave poorly, you will be happy to slay me.
That's almost like what's it called? Like there's a porn. What's it called when you like to be whipped? BDSM or something like that.
Yeah, sadomasochism or.
Yeah, it's a little bit sadomasochist.
Well, that's what the verse in Genesis says. That's what the Kabbalists say. So when you said like the Germanic people, they built airplanes and electricity and manufacturing, and we benefited from it. And when we misbehaved, they slayed us. And that's the force of Esau from the Kabbalistic understanding. So like as as you say, you are a man under the force from, Kabbalistically, you're under the dominion of Esau. And so that, if you're a believer.
Sorry, I was born into the dominion of Esau. Sorry, guys. Sucks for me.
That's why I was talking about historically, like, Hasidim in Poland, like, the Jews, it was a caste type system. You had the farmers and, the various manufacturers and there's a division of labor, and Jews make up a different part, say largely management.
And it's anti-Semitic to point out the overbearing weight that the Jews had on slavery, in America, and that's been totally put on the
God forbid,
shoulder
if you're talking about something that will be perceived by Jews or
as
Jewish
anti-Semitic to
organizations.
point out historical facts.
Well, I mean, to
Yeah,
some
the
extent,
slave trade was mostly run by Jewish people.
well, that's if you're making historical claims that
That's just historical. Moses, fucking
what, you're
whatever.
making a claim of historical scholarship that, and we could set up a different time to debate it, but I want to debate. You want to give me a list of
And
like
we can't even question
every
historical
historical
facts of
grievance,
World War
every
II.
historical grievance that you have against the Jewish people, and like you want me to
Maybe
defend.
5,999 people died in the Holocaust. Why is that such a thing to sit shiva for? And we can't talk about it scholarly. If the government is dictating our history, surely that's something to be questioned.
Yeah, but you're only talking about, I mean, because you're talking about social media platforms. I mean, you could say whatever you want.
And Fox News, both
But,
sides.
yeah, if you're talking about the control of, what you could say on YouTube, what you could say on social media, the backlash to your speech, but it's saying that what you could say to.
It's not coming from a place of hate, obviously.
I mean, generally, I mean, God forbid, I largely agree with you that I mean, no, I mean, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that millions of people were killed during the Holocaust. But
I have Jewish family.
But I'm saying that you as someone,
and Germans,
you as someone that's innocently looking in to try to understand the history, that it'd be natural to be skeptical that the Holocaust is almost a supernatural historical phenomenon that defies logic.
So that my people in Ireland getting wiped out wasn't a supernatural thing? Only your event was a supernatural thing? Come on, brother.
Yeah, but the nature of how it happened means that it.
No, yours wasn't more of a supernatural thing than mine was.
Well, you're saying all death and murder is
but
a
somehow when it happens
phenomenon.
to your people, it's more special?
Well, I didn't necessarily make that claim. I just said the historical. So if you're making a claim like, I don't know the war, I'm not familiar with Irish history or like the potato famine, how many people died versus the nature of the Holocaust, that your average person, the story defies logic. That you say like, unfortunately, it happened, but is someone, a neutral outside observer looking at history, that it makes sense that they'd be skeptical of this event. You're saying, well, unfortunately, it happened.
What's your point, Doooovid?
Well, I was saying that I think the natural inclination is to be skeptical about the Holocaust.
But we don't get a chance to question it. That should be fucking skeptical. Day one, that we can't even talk about.
I'm not sure that's. I mean, if you're talking about social media or censorship,
like I could be as critical about the fucking potato famine as I want to be, but when I want to fucking question World War II narratives, then you get blasted off of the world of academia, at least, and then social media as well. Do you see that as a thing, Doooovid?
Well, yeah, obviously, it's one of the things that breaks the terms of condition. It's one of the most strenuous things that breaks the terms of condition of YouTube.
I have something a little bit uncomfortable to ask you.
I'm saying, like, obviously, that saying like like it's high up there in the terms of condition of YouTube, and it's probably like one of the top 3 things that will get you kicked off of social media.
So I've been studying Gnosticism, which relates to the Essene somewhat, and they teach to not have an orgasm or to spill your seed in sex. Do they teach that at all in Hasidicism?
Well, yeah, I mean, Kabbalistically, in fact, I mean, the Tanya, the Lubavitch book, the main Lubavitch text.
The Song of Solomon? It's sexual, right?
No, well, no, I'm saying that Kabbalistically, spilling the seed is extremely negative ramification, whether it's, so to say, sinful, you're saying if you're like, God forbid, like the souls of demons.
Like it pulls you away from God.
But yeah, amongst the Hasidim, the extreme taboo against masturbation or spilling seed, and there's a lot of literature about even what to think when you're having relations, how to do it, or what the type children you have being directly related to your intentions during sexual activity, and saying negative karma, that your bad karma is caused by spilling the seed. I mean, it's a Kabbalistic idea. It goes back to earlier times in Hasidism. Like, the Book of Tanya is one of the main themes in Tanya of controlling controlling yourself from spilling seed and relating
even
to
in sex. But then how do we procreate if we don't ever orgasm?
That's not considered spilling seed.
You could create a baby without having an orgasm. I know this is a little bit PG, beyond PG-13 rated.
No, I'm saying that's not considered spilling seed. That's the purpose of procreation. I mean, saying that there's only that sex is only proper within marriage, and within a woman's permitted time. I mean, even Adam Green, that's
in Kabbalism, they teach like that you shouldn't even spill your seed in an orgasm in the process of sex, even with your wife, which is the only way to do it.
Text you're in, and God forbid, like,
because then we wouldn't procreate.
I don't know where you're getting that from. I'm saying no. I mean, like, sexual relation, like, as opposed to Catholic priest, sexual. It's a mitzvah to procreate and
to dominate this world,
be fruitful and multiply, but it's within control, and the spilling of semen is God forbid considered extremely spiritually catastrophic.
Unless you're doing it to create another baby.
That's not considered spilling seed.
That's like using it for something good.
Yeah, I mean, spilling seed refers to non-procreative. Yeah, I mean, non-procreative, largely masturbation, and even within marriage of menstrual, and even I don't know too much to get into it. Like, ask your local rabbi, or if you want to keep Jewish menstrual laws, but you say that's not considered.
There's such a thing as Jewish menstrual laws. It goes by the moon, I bet. It goes by the moon, I'm pretty sure.
No, it goes by the menstrual cycle. I mean, the menstrual cycle tends to align with the moon cycle, but no, I mean, just the idea is when you can't have relations when the woman's on her cycle or has any blood, which would be about half of the month.
What do they teach you about astrology in your journey as a tzaddik, as a Hasidim?
They don't teach you. I mean, astrology. I mean, it's in the books. Like, I've never. Some rabbis will talk about it, but you want
to break out the influence.
It's an elective topic, so, like, I don't think there's any formal yeshiva. They might be like a rabbi who gives a lecture, but I mean, there's no formal yeshiva that teaches astrology.
What do they teach about numerology?
But it's part of our books, and
what do they teach about numerology and
well, even numerology
and the words that you the letters that you have numerological value.
Kabbalah is not part of formal yeshiva study. That, I mean, people electively.
I heard they don't teach that until you reach the age of 40.
Well, they don't really teach it. They're saying you might find a rabbi or a Kabbalist to become a disciple of, but it's saying it's not part of formal teaching. And
yeah, so I might know more than my local rabbi knows about their own religion, actually.
Well, I mean, if you're referring to Kabbalah.
If I know more Kabbalah than they know, then I know more about their religion than they know.
No, I mean, the religion, the Kabbalah is not the religion. The Kabbalah.
If they don't know the meaning of the Hebrew letters.
No, I'm saying that the
Aleph,
the importance is the law and following the law. It's not important to understand the purpose or the meaning.
All 613 laws.
I mean, saying religion refers to the practices, not the beliefs. And saying even the Kabbalah is not the beliefs; it's the reasons. So, I mean, the Kabbalah is unessential. The important thing is to follow the law. It's, I mean, that's, if it says that even when the Jews, they're saying, I will accept and then I will understand. Understanding is not the key thing. The key thing is doing. Key thing is understanding the law and following the law, and the understanding of the meaning of the law. The big rabbis or people, understand that, but it's not essential. And if you understand the meaning of the law but don't follow the law, you haven't accomplished anything.
And you might even be guilty for more stuff. If you know it and you transgress the law, you're more guilty than somebody who's just ignorant of it,
Yeah, I mean, it's even worse. So it's saying that if you know Kabbalah and then don't follow the law, it's even worse than someone who doesn't know Kabbalah and doesn't follow the law.
I know. So that's too true. Well, I'm going to let you go.
It should be an enhancement upon, I mean, the Kabbalah is the mystery of creation. Judgment! No, I'm saying you don't need to know. Understanding the mystery of creation doesn't make you a better person. I mean, we know what, like doing kindness.
I'm just mad that y'all think that you are better.
You want to understand the purpose of creation or these various things. Like there's books, the sages, a lot of them, understood that and taught that, but it's not essential.
It's our actions.
Well, I mean, you're doing something that the Talmud says is fallacious, that you're assuming intent. So the Talmud says essentially you could never know what's on a person's heart.
Yeah,
you have certainty that you understand the intent of people.
That is from an egoic place.
I mean, basically a fallacy that your assumption is that you've understood the intent of the Jewish people, which is
fuck the Jewish people.
And God forbid.
They could suck my dick.
God forbid. I'm saying you reveal your own low level of spiritual enlightenment.
It's just I just hate being talked down to.
Well, I don't even talk down to it. It's saying like,
it's like, oh, I'm chosen and you're not. I'm like, oh, that doesn't sit well with me. Sorry.
Okay, I mean, you have your opinion on it, so okay.
Well, how would you think if somebody talked down on you like that? Hey, I'm chosen and you're not. You're a piece of shit and I'm chosen.
Yeah, but now you're adding your own interpretation and extrapolation.
How else would you extrapolate that?
I mean, you've parallel or just understanding. You say that no, I mean, it's not a question of, they're saying there was a task and a mission, and it was given to a certain people, and
that's all a fictional story.
And that's your rejection of, So say if like you came on or tell me like Doooovid, God gave me a message and I'm going to follow that message. And say, well, I'm all upset that how come God gave you the message, not me the message? And what if you said like God gave me the message that I'm going to rise to prominence, my star is going to rise, and
the story that you wrote is going to have you as the main character, obviously. Duh. Doooovid,
so I don't know if I'd be all upset at you. Like,
Doooovid, I have to check out. I'm already an hour late. I promise I'm going to do a live stream. Check in on the Aquarian TV. I'm doing a live stream of 45 minutes late because I've had so much fun talking to you. Doooovid, I love you so much, brother. You have taught me so much.
Okay, God bless. We'll talk again in the future.
All right, I love you, brother.
Okay, so thanks to Liam, Aquarium TV, for tuning in. So it's a God forbid Doovid's message is to the Goyim. That's why I said that, Hasidic Jew, but Hasidim don't need to come to Doovid to learn. Generally almost all the Jews that I've taught something to have went on to bigger rabbis. Like Doovid refers people to Chabad or whatever. So, Doovid's message is largely to the Goyim. That's, people have progressions of levels and understanding. And it's interesting that there's a connection between counter-Semitism and the study of Kabbalah. So ironically, a lot of counter-Semites study Kabbalah. Like I even mentioned that African American woman that was sold counter-Semitic books, including the Protocols, outside of City Hall, studied Kabbalah, and so it's an interesting connection, and it's like the Kabbalists have a different understanding of anti-Semitism than to say, okay, and even the social or culture wars. Like I would agree if he was talking about immigration and demographic change, that those things are widely zero sum. And so if you're worried about that it's somewhat a zero sum battle, and you say that if you want to live in a majority European place, that largely the Jews are politically in opposition to you, and it's zero sum. But I would say that makes the Jews your enemy, just because the Jews favor immigration, and if you're on the opposite side of that battle, even if you don't think that you have negative reasons for opposing demographic change or immigration, I actually have data to show that even basically across the board, Jews support immigration. And so I'm mentioning the war and the various thing. Okay, so let me go back to chanting. So, I mean, some of these are, God forbid, like a lot of people who tune into Doooovid just want to air their complaints or misunderstandings or their understanding, not even misunderstanding. So, people have put their own thought into the Jewish people, and this is what they think. Some of them have more positive or negative, or sometimes it sounds more negative than it actually is. And you see people that say, no, I've actually spent lots of years trying to understand the Kabbalah. And then some, say the mistake of thinking that you understand the intentions of other people, that Kabbalistically, that wouldn't be, saying that if you're looking at people are under the control of forces but still have free will, and understanding what do the Kabbalists mean when they say the West is under the dominion of Esau, or the East is under the dominion of Ishmael, and even understanding political structures that the Kabbalists say. I mean, not even the Kabbalists, the Talmud itself, the Bible says that the heart of the leaders is the free will of the leaders is taken away. God hardened Pharaoh's heart, but leaders, when they come into power, lose their free will and become a pawn to higher forces. And how do you understand those higher forces? And you say, well, Esau is representative of those higher forces. So I actually still have quite a bit more to do. So let me do a little bit more chanting. So that was kind of that Psalm Liami Shomei Ali. If only my nation would listen to me, Yisroel B'drachav Yalechi, and Israel would follow in my way. Kamato Veya Machnia. I've almost humbled my opponents. Vial Tsareim Yishla Yadi, and that I've my hand has freed them of their pains. Liami Shoy Meyali Israel B'drachav Yalechi. Kemat Toivei Machnia Vial Tsareim Shivyodi Kemat Toivei Machnia Vial Tsareim Shivyodi. So I mentioned, in reality, almost all the questions that Liam asked are actually questions that I asked that when I was in Or Samek or Bali Tshuva yeshivas, and that people at Chabad houses, even Hasidic Jews ask. I mean, they're reasonable questions. They're saying the natural inclination is to be skeptical, and even demand some sort of reasonable explanation to diminish skepticism. And anti-Semitism scares Jews, certain topics scares Jews, and you say there's a reasonable fear, there's a reasonable, maybe an unreasonable preemptive fear to questioning that Jews have. But even the questions about the Holocaust, that like those are the type questions that Jews, even Hasidim, ask their rabbis, and certain people don't have good answers, or you're worried about what these questions might lead to. And they go, well, why are you asking this question? I'm scared where this might lead. And you say, well, I fear God. I'm not scared where this might lead. I'm more worried about fear of God. That like I sang the song last week, like I'm not scared of what man will do to me. Maya say, ooh, dumbly. I'm not scared of what man's going to do to me. So I'm not worried about where those questions are going to lead. And even to say the Kabbalists say that if I'm bad, God will punish me. And if I'm good, God will reward me. And I'm going to get more into that when I talk about the Hasidic reaction to the Holocaust. And, this question of anti-Semitism, and, even E. Michael Jones, like the, Israel Yisroel Cohen, Israel advocate, Joseph Cohen, Israel advocacy. I like chanting in general, of any form. I'm not sure I prefer one or the other. So it's different chanting with like Jews than Goyim. So I'm not sure of a preference. I just like chanting in general. But I'll be chanting Hebrew. But this conception to say that anti-Semitism is caused by bad Jewish behavior. That is generally the Hasidic outlook and the Kabbalistic outlook, that anti-Semitism is God's form of punishment for bad Jewish behavior. And, mention and nothing is more tough on the Jewish people than our own books. And really the Kabbalists, nothing is more tough on the Jewish people than the Kabbalist, including understanding, God forbid, the meaning of the Holocaust, what happened, why did it happen, and to say, God forbid, why Judaism is so unpopular among Jews. Saying that I saw that, I looked at the first video when I spoke to, what's his name, Josh Neal, and he was asking me like why Jews find these alternative movements, or Jews, can't find spirituality in Judaism, as like to a large extent it's the Holocaust in Israel and America, because Jews have a hard time finding meaning in a religion that explains, understands that God punishes us so severely for our misdeeds, most specifically the Holocaust. And to say, well, I'm a Jew, but I don't believe my own religion because of the Holocaust, because our own sages and our own books say that that's the way that God deals with us. And so it's a complicated matter, and I'll discuss, the Hasidim, because the rabbis who came over after the war. Most of the people who suffered the worst during the Holocaust were in fact the Hasidim. God forbid. And part of the reason is because they spoke no other language. They had no way out. The assimilated Jews, the Jews that had better avenue towards getting out, as opposed to the Jews who had distinctive Jewish ways, didn't speak any other languages, didn't necessarily have any more marketable skills among the larger non-Jewish population. The majority of the Jews who died during the Holocaust were Orthodox Jews, disproportionately Hasidic, God forbid. And almost all of the Rebbes that come to America and reestablish the Hasidic movement are Holocaust survivors. And, I'll go over some detail of that, well, I'm talking Tinkle, why he's saying why non-Jews might see Judaism as unpopular in terms of the understanding. So non-Jews, like, Sinai, Mount Sinai, that, as the Medrash says, when God chose the Jewish people, it caused all the other nations to hate us. So that's why I say that non-Jews find Judaism unpopular due to the conception of being the chosen people, having some sort of special relationship to God. Jews find Judaism unpopular due to the horrific punishment that comes from failing to meet our obligation. And just conceptually, theologically, God forbid, you say God is just. If the Holocaust happened, it does not break any rule in terms of an exception to God being just. If you want to put that from the Hasidic or Kabbalistic interpretation, that means that we caused it upon ourselves, or God forbid we deserved it. And to some extent, the Lubavitch Rebbe is the only rabbi who was unwilling to say that. Almost all of the Rebbes, major Gedolim, all accepted our fate in that manner and said, God is just. If this is what happened to us, it's what we caused upon ourselves and, God forbid, deserved. And so in that sense, that's why Jews dislike our own text and our own religion, like Adam Green type looking at the text. So he's saying that's non-Jews don't really care about that. They care that we think we're the chosen people, or management, or our disproportionate power, control, or pushing various things. Jews don't like Judaism because of we worship a God that punishes us extremely severely, and the conceptually that like E. Michael Jones say, anti-Semitism is caused by our own bad behavior. If we're facing persecution, it's because God is using the Goyim to punish us for our own bad behavior. And just I'm talking about Hasidus, besides the Lubavitch Rebbe, even the Lubavitch Rebbe's father-in-law. Next week I do a stream on Chabad. I'll try to talk about that more. That's universally accepted among all of the sages, that you're just a fundamental principle of God is just. God punishes us through different methods, but it's saying we were punished not because the Goyim were bad. We were punished because we were bad, and the Goyim were the method that God used to punish us. So they're saying that's not why Goyim dislike the Jewish religion. That's why Jews dislike the Jewish religion. And saying that's why Jews say, I can't accept that God, like I mentioned, Avraham Joshua Heschel's crisis of faith after the war. He couldn't accept that God would allow, or even, God forbid, cause the Holocaust. And so Avraham Joshua Heschel abandoned his orthodoxy, and to some extent, and took the approach of interfaith, pressuring the Catholic Church to change the doctrine, and various things, as opposed to the Hasidim, to some extent, turned even further right-wing and became more careful about the following of the Jewish religion. And in Israel also, saying that that's typically the Haredi position, and saying, like, we don't need the IDF to defend us from Arabs. Terrorism is not caused by terrorism, is caused by our own sins. And so that's meant there's ethnic Hasidim, then there's the Hasidic theology. The Hasidic theology is extremely deep, and in some ways could be dark, because even the extent to say, well, I don't fear death, I accept martyrdom because my belief in God is so strong. And say generally the Hasidim that are honored are people that accepted suffering and never complained about God. And I'll talk about that in a minute. I'll chant a few more songs, and we'll talk about some of the rabbis I studied under, and some of the rabbis that redeveloped Hasidic Jewry in America after the war. And almost all of the Rebbes suffered during the war, and they're venerated because they never complained about God. Like, God forbid, exclusively. It's like all of the Rebbes that came to America, most of them almost were killed during the war, fled the war. There's a lot to the war. So if someone like Liam, he doesn't understand World War II history or the demographics, why there were so many Jews, all these various towns. Saying if you know Hasidic history, it's saying there were thousands of towns that had thousands, tens of thousands, some of them hundreds of thousands of Jews. Every single one of them was destroyed. Just that history to fathom. And even say, well, why should he care about it? I'm not sure he should care about it. I mean, to some extent, he should care about human suffering, but I mean, the lesson is more for the Jews, not the Goyim. But the Rebbe's main thing is they never questioned their faith in God, no matter what was going through. And like Rabbi Akiva, who said Shema Yisrael when he was tortured to death, that a lot of Rebbes were martyred during the war, and they are venerated. Stories of Hasidim that chanted before they were killed. Even Mordechai ben David, his father, has this story. He chanted before he was almost killed, and he chanted. And there are countless stories about Hasidim that chanted before they were martyred. And the point was they had faith in God, even at the sacrifice of their own life. You mentioned the Noam Elimelech, talking about the Judas Maccabeus and Bubov, and the Noam Elimelech and the Tzetel Katan, based on the Gemara and Rabbi Akiva, that part of being a Jew is accepting the possibility of martyrdom. And any rabbi, any Jew who's read the text knows that's what our books say. That's why the Reformed Jews became Reformed, because this can't be. This can't be, or people, say, where was God during the Holocaust? And we'll say, well, God was there and he was punishing us, God forbid, due to our bad behavior. And, so I mean, God forbid, that's, intense stuff. And, I mentioned the Skulener Rebbe was tortured during the war. I studied under the Skulener Rebbe. The Skulener Rebbe was a righteous person. He did a lot to help people. He made songs. He understood Kabbalah. The Skulener Rebbe was tortured during the war. The Skulener Rebbe is, it was considered a tzaddik for many reasons, but the biggest reason probably he was considered a tzaddik was because he was tortured during the war, God forbid. And I mentioned the story when they came to the town of Sklen, and they found, he was the rabbi's son, and they found the rabbi, called everybody to the town together, hung the rabbi upside down, and beat him, and demanded that he give up his fellow Jews. And the Rebbe took the beating and didn't give up fellow Jews. And the story is counted to by fellow Jews who were there in the crowd, who the Rebbe didn't give up. But I mean, it's more than that. More than that. I mean, that's just one story of the Skulener Rebbe. But the Skulener Rebbe, suffered during the war, and he was physically tortured. And the Skulener Rebbe never gave up his faith. He never questioned God. And the Skulener Rebbe considered, I mean, I'm not saying God forbid that, like I sang the song Yeda V'Goyim, the Skulener Rebbe's favorite song, saying the Nikmas Dam Avudak, that, God forbid the people who attack the Jewish people, that they shouldn't think, where is their God, and they get their punishment. But they're saying the Skulener Rebbe was not a victim of anti-Semitism. He was a victim of his own sin. God forbid. So let me chant another Skulener tune. This is specifically Malava Malka. So we got the Masad on. If the Masad wants to join me and disagree with me, that's I'll let him come on. But maybe the Masad is familiar with the Skulener Rebbe, or Masad is probably the quintessential example of a person that can't accept Judaism because of the Holocaust, because of anti-Semitism, as opposed to the Rebbes who, God forbid, saying, no, Judaism is true, and if that happened to us, it was God's will. God forbid. But he's saying this in Israel. All the rabbis in Israel, all the major sages in Netanyahu's coalition, that's what they say. And I mean, the Messiah could argue with me, but he's not going to argue with me that that's not the theology of basically all the rabbis are position in United Torah Judaism. So let me chant this verse from Tzali Veroni Yoshevet Zion. It's a verse from Isaiah, and the verse is said Malava Malka in V'yitain, Tzali Veroni Yoshevet Zion, Yoshevet Zion, Ki Gadol B'Kirbe Kedosh Yisruel, Kedosh Yisruel. Tzali Veroni Yoshevet Zion. I see you there, Wesley. Let me just chant this song and bring you on. Tzali. So this is from Isaiah, and it verse means happy. Two different words for happy. Happy and pleasant are those who sit in Israel, ki gudol b'kir bake, because greatness lies within Israel. So I have my Wesley, who I guess another guy who found me from Adam Green. So
I'm going to find every one of you.
Who's you?
Oh, you know, I don't want to brag about it, but it's huge. And I didn't have a great resume when I was chosen.
I have a hard time following your comments, so I'm not sure.
Sure.
I mean, if you're
sure, it seems that what you're alluding to about the punishment that the Jews had to endure, and it was horrendous and terrible and awful and evil. The Spanish Inquisition, they disemboweled Jews, trying to derive from them the only Jewish secret, which is about, ta-da, me, the man of the earth, come to bring peace to the world. And none of them told. And if I were to tell the secret, it's not to be written on paper or told outside the house. If anyone claiming to be a Christian heard me say the secret, they wouldn't understand it in any way. They'd go off on the "are you on your meds" tangent, you know, and it would just sound crazy to them. It would sound like something that is not biblical. And it is really the only words not written in the Bible that are the Bible. Those words are written on the hearts of the Jews. And the words are not mix, don't blend.
We're talking about, like,
the man of the earth come to bring peace, gives Noah the dove, speaks, interprets every language, has the dove. I am he.
You believe in Jesus Christ, so.
He gave me the secret.
But you also
he gave Noah the secret.
You also believe in the Hebrew prophets and Moses, and that the truth of the prophecy of Moses and the Hebrew prophets?
I have met their strange apparel.
Well, I was saying that
I met Noah and gave him a plum, and he ate the plum. And I was an awful and terrible and a wretch when it happened. And that was almost 19 years ago.
Some of you're hard to comprehend. So I'm not sure if you're trying to give me like your bio or some sort of history, or you're trying to just tell me something. I mean, I was, I've seen you in the chat, or you reached out to me, but trying to have a conversation. Like, what are you trying to say? What's your message to me or to my viewership, or why do you feel compelled to reach out to speak to me? What are you trying to say?
Well, at this moment, the vision is shut. I am the one that is written in Isaiah, that is the key to the house of David I will put upon his shoulders, that he shall open that none shall shut, and shut that none shall open.
So you think you're the Messiah?
The vision right now is
shut. You think you're the Messiah?
No, and it's the man. You have mixed. It's the man of the earth, not the Messiah of the earth, not the Hashem of the earth, not the God of the earth, the man of the earth. You have imagined that means the Messiah, or that he is a God or something like that. It's not. It's a guy. It's me. It's a man. It's a regular person.
You're saying that you're the fulfillment of biblical prophecy?
Yes.
In some specific way, as opposed to somebody else that, like, God, you're saying that you're specifically like chosen for God for some specific grand purpose, and that's within the line that me as like a Jew or a believer in the prophets should recognize that you're, like on the mission from the God that I worship?
Well, you don't worship God. Sadly, God said the words, "It is time." And then an emulator spoke the words, "sad and delicious." And that emulator is Baal, Baal, and Satan, and Allah. And that same Allah said inside of the minds of all mankind these things: "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. And don't tell the vision." Now, there is a prophecy that I think it's in Isaiah: "Out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false teacher, I saw an unclean spirit like a frog." And when Satan said, "Don't tell the vision," that fulfilled that. And out of his mouth came the unclean spirit like a frog. I call him Darth Kermit, but his real name is Allah. And it's a do-nothing spirit. It's a Ma spirit. It looked like a black frog head. No body, just the head. And 2 fangs on its throat. Didn't even have teeth in its mouth. Its 2 little eyes on its arrogant stance, blind. Having no ears, cannot hear. And that is Allah. And it was on everyone that Satan said, "Don't tell the vision" to. And the way that Satan said, "Don't tell the vision," is how he fooled Muhammad into writing the lie of the Quran. The Quran was written in that same way. Muhammad thought it was God and wrote down his words. And that's how the Quran was written. And then to fill in the blanks, Muhammad copied Torah in the Bible and changed it to make it sound godly. And that's how the Quran was written. And that's how it is all perversion. And every word of the Quran is a lie.
Okay, well, is that, you came on just to preach and tell me your understanding of history or your understanding of world affairs? That's what you're here for?
Satan told you don't tell the vision, and that you do. And he mixed when he did.
Trying to have a conversation like, okay, you're just randomly preaching random things that are not really related to what I'm talking about.
I don't want to hurt you verbally, but until you believe that the Messiah is Jesus, you cannot be a Jew.
Well, that's what you came here to tell me?
That's the way it is. And the only way you can become a Jew inside is to tell the vision of the valley of decision, the vision of God written in Torah. It's written in Torah as the vision of God. It's written in Isaiah as the valley of vision. What aileth thee now, that thou art wholly gone up to the housetop? And the words that Satan said inside the minds of mankind.
But I understand.
I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. That was a perversion of Isaiah.
Yeah,
for the verse.
I don't know if you want to argue. You want to convert me to Christianity? You want to argue?
No, I don't want you to be a Christian, and you're not going to meet any Christians because they aren't. All those claiming to be Christian right now, according to Jesus, are all Allah. Every one of them on earth. And the only Jews are 144,000 children, young children, and they are the 12 tribes. They do not use TV. There is no guile in their mouth. They are loving, and they are the best example of what it is to be a Jew on earth. They give love for evil. They're joyful, and they're helpful, and they're highly intelligent, but they won't use TV. And those 144,000 Jewish children, every one of them, scattered all over the earth, were given the word.
Wes, you got to, okay, like.
Bad boom,
I don't,
mark of
you believe what you believe.
Black death, war, and
did you come on? You came on because you wanted to preach to me?
I'm not preaching. I'm teaching. I'm letting you know.
When you came on my channel to teach to me?
I am not a preacher. I am a teacher.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, like, teacher needs a class. I would say you came on my channel to, like, just interrupt my program and teach me something? I
just came over to blend.
Well, you couldn't say hi or to, like, have a discussion, but, like, God forbid, like, no offense, like, I could agree to disagree or we have a conversation, but you're just coming on to like, teach me or something. Just like, what's that?
I'm telling you the things that you want to hear that no one will tell you, and that everyone that hears me knows it's the truth.
Well, I mean, to some extent, there's a lot of people who believe like you believe. It's not like maybe you phrased it in a slightly different way, but
I am said it not.
But I'm saying it's not really a conversation. Like I mean, like if you want to, put yourself out there as a teacher, go for it. But
oh, sure. Then I'll ask you: on August 25th, 2005, did a man appear to you in a white robe with dark olive skin and black hair and a real big honker? And did he say, "Tell the vision"? For that is the Holy Spirit of Jesus. It's not an imagination people pop out of their mouths in the middle of a endorphin rush on a stage while they're trying to get everyone's cash for saying Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. That's the Holy Spirit of Jesus, that man. And a child was there and said, "It is he. Thou shalt not bear false witness."
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to say or any question you had?
Did that voice of the devil say into your head a perversion of the verse in Isaiah? The verse is, "The Lord shall carry thee away with a mighty captivity. The Lord shall turn and toss thee violently like a ball into a large country. There thou shalt die. There the chariots of thy glory shall be the shame of the Lord's house." But Satan, Baal, Allah, he doesn't use the word. He perverts it. And Satan said, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball." Perverting Isaiah 22. The same way the Quran perverts the words. Did that happen to you? October 10, 2005.
You just change that. I mean, possibly that happened to, saying there's Jewish people in totality. You could say that. But,
it happened to everyone on earth.
And you could say that. Look, also.
You see hundreds and thousands of the angels. You're not gonna tell anyone you did. I don't get that. I really that confounds me to no end. I don't get it. Everybody, all these quote unquote Christians are seeing the angels, seeing Jesus, and no one's saying anything about it. They're all putting themselves up over him for their own thing. So did the same thing tell you don't tell the vision? On March 31st, 2020. And Jesus said, and he's a really nice guy. He really is. And he's a Jew. He happened to create the heavens and the universe. So he's so far more intelligent than any of us. It's not even worth imagining. He said, "Tell the vision, tell the vision, tell the vision," 3 times. August 25, 2005, November 5th, 2005, February 22nd, 2005. And then he also said, when he appeared, "Tell the vision and you shall heal without money." So I did. I said the vision, and I asked Jesus to put 2 healed teeth in everyone's mouth, one at a time. It was a few days apart. 2 healed teeth in every mouth on earth. And that's how it happened. And only because I told the vision did he hear my prayer. He wouldn't have heard my prayer in any other way. And then he said, "Tell the vision, you shall not need the mark." Or he said, "Tell the vision, you shall not need the mark" first. Then he said, "No time to talk, Allah."
Okay, you told your vision. Like, I'm trying to keep it semi on subject. You're not really having a conversation here.
You've got the devil telling you I'm a boy. He's that thing that told you don't tell the vision is still getting inside of your heads and perverting your minds.
I mean, possibly, but you seem to we're not really having a conversation here. You seem like I'm interpreting as you just preaching to me, and I mean, that's what you came for.
If there's anyone on the earth you should be listening to, it's the man of the earth, and I am he.
Okay, so you have any?
And I got very angry at you not listening, so I shut you. That the latter rain does not lessen your soul and give you the peace. Okay, I determine if you get it or not.
Okay, so you have any final words, and then I'm going to try to go back to my program.
You're not going to meet any Christians They're not. They're all Muslims now, according to the Messiah Jesus. The last thing he said to you is you want war. And in that war, it starts with a nuke in Chicago. It is the wheel in the wheel, the color of beryl, the fire unfolding in itself. I've seen it. I met the 4 guys that built it. I told the FBI everything I know about the Volvo. It's a nuke in a car, and they're going to park it in the Marina City in downtown Chicago. That day, that Satan voice that said, don't tell the vision and I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. That day, Satan gets thrown to the earth in the flesh. That day, that nuke goes off, a nuke goes off around me, and I'm not harmed. And I'm going to fly through the air, and I'm going to be put down on the ground, and I'm going to be murdered by that Satan. He'll be a man. He won't be able to fly around invisibly and fool anyone anymore.
God forbid.
And he's going to bring the Omni brand, a tattoo that burns and scalds the flesh with a barcode. And that is the abomination of that's the abomination of the desolation, that Omni tattoo. You get 32,523 crypto coin dollars, an account of 32,523, an account of electronic money to be branded with it. But it is the full membership into Satan's Islam to take that Omni tattoo.
Okay, God forbid.
And most people are going to take it.
Okay. So, I guess I'll get back to my program. Thanks for joining.
Well, I did ask the Messiah to open the Matrix today and show you 3 times how China is going to destroy the 50 state capitals and overthrow the United States of America.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing. And, pray God guides us and protects us.
When I visit you, and I shall, because I'm going to be put to visit every living person on the earth in the flesh, and you will hear that I can speak and interpret every language. When I visit you, just listen to what I have to say, and just say what I ask you to say, please. I'm not going to ask you right now, but I'm going to visit you. Please, just do what I ask you to do. It's really easy. It's not embarrassing. It's actually fun. In heaven, Israel, it's kindergarten class. Okay? It's the basic things that mankind, that I do wrong, that everyone does wrong. It's the foundation. And it teaches us not to do those. But we confess that, in the vision, I confess that I have done those things. And, it's the shames that I have committed. So that's the way to bring the peace. And there's no other way. Is to tell that vision. It looks like a pearl of snow white light in the bowels.
Okay, well, God bless.
Okay.
Let me get back to my program.
Thank you for letting me speak. If you'd like me to sit and listen to you a little bit, I will. If I should leave now, I will too. It's up to you.
We have to leave, but it's like if you just keep on preaching. You may chant a little bit and go back to the program. But I think I let you do your preaching, so I guess I won't bounce you if you're not distracting. So in that light, I will chant these verses from Isaiah. So these verses are said Motzi Shabbos after Shabbos every week in the V'yitem prayer. So I was chanting the Tzali Verone and I can't find it. The Tzali Verone Yoshevet Zion Ki Gudol B'Kirbeik Kedosh Yisroel. And here it is. So that's Isaiah 12:2. Tzali Veroni Yoshevet Zion, Yoshevet Zion, Ki Gudol B'Kirbeik Kedosh Yisroel. Kedosh Yisroel, Tzali Veroni Yoshevet Zion, Ki Gudol B'Kirbeik Kedosh Yisroel, Kedosh Yisroel, Tzali Veroni Yoshevet Zion, Yoshevet Zion, Ki Gudol B'Kirbeik Kedosh Yisroel, Kedosh Yisrael, Tzali v'Reini Yeshevet Zion, Yeshevet Zion, Ki Gadol B'Kirbei Kedosh Yisrael, Kedosh Yisrael. So I guess since Wes is here and quoting Isaiah, I'll chant another Isaiah verse that's typically chanted after Sabbath. This one from Isaiah 25, verse 9. And he shall say on that day, behold, this is our God. We have hoped for him that he would save us. This is our God. We have hoped for him. We shall rejoice and be glad at his salvation. And this is a famous Satmar verse. Kavini lovi yoshiaini, oy zeh Hashem kavini loy, zeh Hashem kavini loy, nagilo nagilo, v'nismecho v'shiyuso, ay ay ay, zeh Hashem kavini loy, zeh Hashem kavini loy. Kavini nagila nagila v'nismecho v'shiyuso v'yuma v'yuma v'yoymai v'yuma v'yoymai hine elikaini zeh kavini lo v'yoshiaini v'yuma v'yuma v'yoymai V'yuma v'yoymai hine elikaini zeh kavini lo v'yoshiaini oy zeh Hashem kavini lo zeh Hashem kavini lo nagilo nagilo v'nismecho v'shiyuso. And since Wes was talking about Isaiah, I'll do another Isaiah verse. This one is Isaiah 41, verse 27, also in the prayers after Sabbath. Let me see. Manovi Alahorim Raglim Avasar Mashmiya Solom Ma Basar Toiv Mashmiya Yeshua Omer Letzion Malak Elohayik.
Isaiah 41.
This is Isaiah 41:27.
Thank you.
How beautiful ascending the mountain will be the footsteps of the herald making heard peace, announcing good, making heard salvation, saying to Zion, your God has reigned.
Could you tell me that verse? Isaiah 41?
Isaiah 41:27. No, I'm sorry. This is Isaiah 52. I'm sorry. It's Isaiah 52:7. I apologize.
Okay.
It's the next. I was reading. This one I'm about to sing is Isaiah 52:7.
Impressive library, I wanted to say.
All right, thanks. How beautiful
Very
ascending the mountains will be the footsteps of the herald making heard peace, announcing good, making heard salvation, saying to Zion, your God has reigned.
I believe the word is in this way in English. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publish peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publish salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy God reign.
Yeah, so this was another Hasidic tune. I'm not sure this one's actually a Skulener tune, but they used to chant it by the Skulener Rebbe. Ma'ovi novi, ma'novi el horim, Rag Nevasar Masmi Yeshua.
It is.
Well, I'm talking about the origin of the tune, the rabbi that used to chant the tune.
Those that are embarrassed of him, he shall be embarrassed of him.
Masmi Yeshua.
Don't forget, he did kill the firstborn in Egypt. He did flood the earth. You know.
Omar Litzion, Mulak Elohayik. Umar Litzion, Mulak Elohayik. That tune is actually slipping my mind. I'm not sure. I haven't sang that in such a long time. It's, God forbid, slipping my mind. Okay, so I want to finish my presentation. I prepared a lot of things, and let me just chant this one quick. This is Deuteronomy 4:4. You will cling to God, our God, and live for today. Deuteronomy 4:4. Actually, this tune's slipping me too.
But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
Actually, when you said Viatem advekim B'Shem Eloheikem Chaim kilchem ayom Viatem advekim B'Shem Eloheikem Chaim kilchem ayom Viatem advekim B'Shem Eloheikem Chaim kilchem ayom. So let me just read this also, this from the prayers after Sabbath. This from the Talmud. Rabbi Yochanan said, wherever you find the greatness of the Holy One, blessed be he, there you also find the humility. This phenomenon is written in Torah, repeated in the prophets, and stated the third time in the writings. For it is written in the Torah, Deuteronomy 10:17, for Hashem your God, he is the God of heavenly forces and the master of masters, the great, mighty, and awesome one, who shows no favoritism and accepts no bribe. Afterwards, it is written in verse 10, Deuteronomy 10:18, he performs justice for orphan and widow and loves the stranger to give him food and clothing. It is repeated in the prophets, this concept of every time you find the greatness of God, you find the humility of God. As it is written in Isaiah 57:15, for so says the exalted and uplifted one, who abides forever and whose name is holy. I abide in exaltedness and holiness, but am with the contrite and lowly of spirit, to revive the spirit of the lowly and to revive the spirit of the contrite. And it's stated a third time in the writings. It is written in Psalm 68:5, sing to God, make music for his name, extol him who rides in the highest heaven with his name, God, and exalt before him. Afterwards, it is written, Father of orphans, a judge of widows, God is in the habitation of his holiness. That's a verse from the Talmud that's usually chanted after Sabbath. And I just got Wes here. You got the translation of Psalms there?
Yes.
So look up
From
Psalm.
King James Version. I've never read any other Bible unless I was incarcerated and couldn't get my hands on a King James Version.
Look up the last verse of Psalm 58. The last two verses. Happy is the righteous man.
Proverbs and right before Isaiah 58.
No, this is Psalms. Psalm 58.
Yeah.
the last two verses of Psalm 58. Should be something like, happy is the righteous that dips in the blood of the wicked. You got that Psalm 58?
Yeah, I have 58 right here in front of me now. Let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. Sounds like the water and the people in the pit in the vision of me. As a snail which melteth. Let every one of them pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, you shall take them away as a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Verily, he is a God that judgeth in the earth. If I may say, the reward that people like you and I get isn't going to be a Corvette and gold and money in the bank and a great smart TV. It's going to be the ability to love and to have harmony and to be joyful and to be patient and to be long-suffering and to be loving and gentle and kind. That is what the rewards are.
Well, as mentioned here in Psalm 58, that they're here, this was, my rabbi, one of his favorite mantras to chant. They're also the happiness of the righteous who will dip his feet in the blood of the wicked. Right, that's what you read.
There's going to be a lot of people fall at my feet. The Taliban and the fraud shrine Mecca, for one. 10,000 of them are going to drop dead at my feet. And I'm going to walk away unharmed with the Jewish children when Mecca is destroyed. And all the people with the Omni tattoo shall fall dead worldwide on earth.
Well, that's your interpretation. I mean, God forbid, but there's in Psalms that say that, okay, like, wish for good things, but the righteous also.
Look, I'm not going to be real happy that happens to him. Right now, carnally, yeah, I'm kind of a man. I'm like, man, that's finally got him. But indeed, it's sad. It's a sad thing that they wouldn't tell the vision from the Messiah of the Jews, Jesus, and return to Israel.
Okay, so let me chant this one. Yi smak tzadik, ki chuzod nokan, piyamav yirchas, bedam harasha. Yi smak tzadik, ki chuznokan, piyamav yirchatz, bedam harasha. V'yomar adam, ak pri l'tzadik, ak yesh elikim, shoftim b'yoretz. V'yomar adam, ak pri l'tzadik, ak yesh elikim, shoftim b'yoretz. Yi smak tzadik, ki chuznokan, piyamav yirchatz, bedam harasha. Okay, so I guess you're still here. Maybe I'll chant another one. So you got Psalm 50, and just because it's a long one, just the last verse. My son, please don't forget this. Psalm 50, the last verse or two should be something like, my son, please don't forget this, lest
I'm reading it, but I'm looking for it. It's
just the last verse,
first part.
50.
I'm on 50 now. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother, thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, And I kept silence, though thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself, but I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget God, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I shew the salvation of God.
Well, that's the King James?
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, so this was also a popular tune the Skulener Rebbe used to chant. He used to really like this verse. Beni nuzoi shoicha velokai penetra fien matzil. Beni nuzoi shoicha velokai penetra fien matzil. Zoveyak toida, yichab deini, v'sonderek, areni b'yeshev Elokim. Zoveyak toida, yichab deini, v'sonderek, areni b'yeshev Elokim. Beni nuzoi shoicha velokai penetra fien matzil. Beni nuzoi shoicha velokai penetra fien matzil. I did this one last week, but just because you're here,
Glad to hear. Really happy to hear your voice.
Psalm 56. So the last two verses of Psalm 56.
Psalm 256?
No, 56. Psalm 56, the last two verses.
Okay. Okay. In the King James, it is written this way. In God will I praise his word. In the Lord will I praise his word. His word. In God have I put my trust. I will not be afraid what man can do unto me. Thy vows are upon me. O God, I will render praises unto thee, for thou hast delivered my soul from death. Wilt thou not deliver my feet from falling, that I may walk before God in the light of the living?
Okay, I chanted this one last week too, but I thought you might like this verse. By Elohim butakti lo ira ma yaseh udamli ulai Elohim nidorechu Shalem, shalem, shalem tov, voidos lock. So that's a pretty popular verse. You like Psalms in general?
Yeah, David really did a good job writing down what Jesus told him to write. He was incredible at that.
Okay, I chanted this one last week. This one's also a popular one, chant after Sabbath. So the last two verses from Psalm 42.
Sure. One moment. Hey, David, should Jesus give you to do this for me, go to his house at this time, and after we're done here, speak there every word that I spoke that is of God. Do not speak any word that I spoke there that is not of God, from the time that he and I began our conversation to the end of it. And to all the people watching this show too, Okay. They're
Oh,
my
so
bands.
you want to
I'm
read
the
Psalm,
man of the earth.
you want to read Psalm 42, the last two verses?
When I tell the angels to go here or there, they go here or there.
You got your Psalms open, or you gave up?
Yes, indeed. Happily.
So you have the last verse of Psalm 42.
Psalm 42 it is. Yet the Lord will command his loving kindness in the daytime and in the night. His song shall be with me, and my prayer unto the God of my life. I will say unto God my rock, why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? Wait, I said that wrong. It's a question there, not a statement. Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? As with a sword in my bones, mine enemies reproach me, while they say daily unto me, where is thy God? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my God.
Okay, so this is a popular tune to those words. Popular Hasidic tune to those words.
Top 40.
Ma tishtoichachi nafshi imatehem ulai. Ma tishtoichachi nafshi imatehem ulai. Oh, oichili lai loikim. Oichili lai loikim. Ki ahoy oidani. Yeshios punavai loikai. Oh, oichili lai loikim. Oichili lai loikim. Ki ahoy oidani. Yeshios punavai loikai. Okay, so I got some more material to cover. I guess if you want to stick around, you can, but I want to cover my history of rabbis in America. So I don't know, you're gonna stick around, or
I'll depart now. I don't want to be too long-winded. I'll listen to you a little bit, and then I'll probably take care of some other things around the house. Thank you.
Okay. God bless. So we finally meet, we finally speak, and you shared some of your message. So blessings, good
I
tidings.
hope I'm not what you imagine.
Well, I see you're kind of hard to comprehend because I don't know if you consider what you're doing preaching, but you're kind of just talking at people. You're not talking to people.
Yeah, I know. It's really difficult. We're we're using TV. It's magic, period. That's the way it is. It's not really we're using it like a phone, you and I. But, it's all magic other than that. If we're just using this as a telephone, fine. But TV is magic. That's why the 144,000 Jewish children do not use it. They were given the words bad, boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, yavol, hell. They were given those words from the Messiah of the Jews.
Okay, so God bless. I'm going to continue with some of what I wanted to cover.
All right. Shalom.
Okay. Shalom. Take care, Wes. Thank you. Okay, so here is Rabbi Shlomo Halberstam of blessed memory, the Bubba Rebbe, who I studied under when I first came to New York, and I was around the last few years of his life. I went to the Tish tens of times. I was in the yeshiva when he was still Rebbe, and then he had a son, Reverend Tolchik, and then the split off of Bubba 45 with so I was mentioning of the reestablishment of Hasidus after the war. And Bubba comes from the Divrei Chaim, the Halberstam, the Sanz, and there's a few different dynasties. They're from the school of the Noam Elimelech, which is so the father of Galiciana Hasidus, and strong Hasidus, very strong on fear of God, and mentioning God forbid, relating to the Holocaust and the acceptance of suffering. And there were a lot of people in Bubov who suffered during the war, including the Rebbe. God forbid, the Rebbe witnessed his father killed in front of him. The Rebbe lost his wife and some of his children, and survived the war. Helped what he could with the Jewish refugees and during the war, and then came to America, was able to reestablish Hasidus. So I was already came to Borough Park in 1999. So that was the last year of the Rebbe's life, who lived to be 92 years old. You see, a lot of these rabbis lived a really long time. Like I'll show the Skulener Rebbe lived into his 90s. The Lubavitch Rebbe lived into his 90s. And so the Baba Rebbe, 1908, was a young man during the war, came to America after the war, remarried, and established like one of the biggest Hasidus in Borough Park. And so he had the ethnic base that there were Bubavers that it came, in the Eastern European Great Migration to America, and then there were Bubavers that survived the war and came after the war, such as the Rebbe, and then the Rebbe, turned Bubav into one of the most prominent Hasiduses in America. Saying Satmar is still more Satmar Hasidim, but Bubav is the main Hasidus in Borough Park where I lived. It has a huge yeshiva, Talmud Torah, thousands of students. So just mentioning Hasidus in America, and actually the PBS special, the famous PBS special, A Life Apart, focuses mostly on Bubav. Actually, the woman, Pearl Gluck, I'm friends with the girl that was interviewed then, that kind of went off the derrick a little bit, but went to university. But A Life Apart focuses on Bubav. I also have, I'll show the books. I have, the B'nai Mitzvah girls. They actually have autographed from Ayelet Fader, and so Bubav, a strong Hasidus, also somewhat like a wealthy Hasidus. A lot of wealthy people, a lot of business people, a lot of real estate owners, construction people, a big yeshiva, a lot of non-Bubavers like Jake Turks, Judas Maccabeus, Doooovid. A lot of people study in Bubav who aren't Bubavers. Okay, Wes, thanks a lot. God bless. So Bubav not only established itself as a Hasidus, a Galiciana Hasidus, but as a stronghold for other Hasidic groups. So many other Rebbes, children of Rebbes, generic Hasidim that aren't part of a group, go to Bubav school. And they also have a minyan factory, pray in the Bubav synagogue. There's also a lot of beautiful Bubav songs. So, even after Sabbath, Bubav has tunes for almost all the songs, like Borei Oilam Vikinyan, Asher Shalom Zev Binyan. I have to think about the Bubav tunes, but Bubav has beautiful music. Shlomo Halberstam, blessed memory, had a wonderful tish. So Doooovid had the merit to study under him when in the last year of his life. The Skulener Rebbe almost lived to 100 years old. So I was singing these songs. These are songs of the Skulener Rebbe, and the Skulener Rebbe, Rabbi Yisroel Avrohom Portugal of Romania. And he studied in Viznitz. Viznitz is also one of the big Hasidics. And his father was rabbi in a small town. Sklen was not a big town. And I mentioned, God forbid, the story of Sklen during the Holocaust and, the Rebbe, God forbid, suffering. So it wasn't a major Hasidus, but the Rebbe became a major figure. And after the war, stayed in Romania during the Soviet occupation and was arrested by the Soviets many times and came to America in 1960. So, and that was with the help of the Lubavitch Rebbe and Rabbi Eliezer Silver, who I said was a most notable accomplishments was setting up the Agudas Yisrael, which was handed over to the sages when they came, and then in the war rescue relief after the war, and including the helping the release of the Skulener Rebbe, who came to America in 1960, and that point was in his late 30s, and so I first went to the Skulener Rebbe, the man, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, who I first studied under when I came to Borough Park, had served the Skulener Rebbe. He was one of the Skulener Rebbe's assistants, and he also introduced me to for Hasidim. Maybe no man named Stuhl was a friend Chavrusa with Avraham Yaakov Braun, and so he told me go to the Skulener Rebbe. And the Skulener Rebbe is small Hasidus, but recognized as saintly and had very good tunes. And then later, when I was in Borough Park from around 2008 to 2010, I started going there, and I got into serve the Skulener Rebbe, and was in Shomer Shabbos, and I started donating Malova Malka. So I went to the Tish for many years, every Friday night, and Malova Malka, and so see also integral in reestablishing Hasidus in America, and was respected as I don't know, a Kabbalist, but an expert in Hasidus, and had a lot of people came to his funeral, and most popular as a composer of Hasidic tunes, and his father was a composer of Hasidic tunes, and it looks like he has a bunch of sons now that became Rebbe's, Skulener Rebbe's all over Lakewood, Williamsburg, Israel, Montreal. So you see also that this rabbi stayed in Europe for almost 15 years after the war. Most of the Rebbes, God forbid, survived the war. Some of them come over during the war, most of them after the war, and is integral in establishing Hasidus in America. Another Karlin Stolen. So Doooovid studied in Karlin Stolen. Doooovid got blessings, sought advice from the Karlin Stolener Rebbe a few different times. Joseph asking, I don't know what you mean real Hasidim. You mean ethnic Hasidim. To a lot of extent, like 30% of Jews are ethnically Hasidim. So there's Chabad, there's a Chabad yeshiva, there's some Hasidim, there's a few Strimals, but there's not a big Hasidic community. So there were, said in the 20s, from the third wave of immigration from Eastern Europe, from the 1880s through World War I, there was Hasidim in Detroit, including Karlin Stolen and Lubavitch, and probably a few more, but there was actually a synagogue. So Karlin Stolen, there's one of the Rebbes who was buried in Detroit. So one of the Karlin Stolen Rebbes had came to America and had a synagogue on the Lower East Side, Williamsburg, and Rav Yaakov Chaim Perlo of Stolin. And he was visiting the community in Detroit, and he was buried here. So he also referred to the Yenuka, his father, but he was the only of the Karliner, Rebbe family that was in America. And then after the war, God forbid, almost all of the Karliner Rebbe's family was killed off. Besides, and Rav Yochanan was the main Rebbe of Karlin Stolin, and made it to America after the war, and only had a daughter. And so his daughter, son, and he says a brother, two sons, are the current Karliner Rebbe's. So Karlin, a relatively big Hasidus, probably top 10, top 15 biggest Hasidus. There's a lot of people of Karliner lineage in Metro Detroit, but there's not, called like Karliner Hasidim that live a Hasidic lifestyle. There's really only Chabad here that has a Hasidic lifestyle, and the Hasidim that are non-Chabad live among mostly Yeshivish, Litvish Jews, and blend in with the Hasidic Chabad community. But lineage-wise, a decent percent of the Orthodox community comes from Karliner Hasidim, and they might like daven Nusach Sfard. So if you're familiar with Judaism, you say, okay, well, I'm in yeshiva and among Ashkenaz and yeshivas, but I still daven Nusach Sfard because my ancestors daven Nusach Sfard, and that's basically the only remnants of their Hasidic lineage. Although people like that are more likely to so I'm familiar with the Rabbi Bitterman and Karlin Stolin. So the Rebbe was born here in America and then moved to Israel. And so Rabbi Baruch Meir Yaakov Shoket was put in charge of global Karliner Hasidus. And I think might even be some Karlin in London and Belgium, and but they were mostly in Israel, and Karlin had a basis in Israel going back a few hundred years. So Karlin is very big in Israel. There's thousands of Karliner Hasidim just in Jerusalem, let alone all throughout Israel. There might be close to 10,000 Karliner Hasidim total worldwide. And the Rebbe was born in America, English speaking, and there were certain controversies where there was a break off. There's Pinsk Karlin that ended up following a Rabbi Bitterman for Lelev because they didn't want to fall under the leadership of the current Rebbe and asked to be a Rabbi Bitterman. That there's Pinsk Karlin. Pinsk Karlin is almost exclusively in Israel and Jerusalem. But Karlin Stolin is an example. So this was an example, God forbid, so you had a Karlin Stolin rabbi from New York that died while visiting the community in Detroit, and the Hasidus was relatively weak. There's stories, about the Detroiter of Yaakov Chaim, and he managed the shul. He had a bunch of guests on Sabbath. He's probably a Talmud Chacham and knew Hasidus and encouraged people. But the people before the war, the Karliners that went to the Karliner shul, were struggling in America, and they didn't really have a yeshiva. Strong yeshivas to go to. If they did, it was probably like Litvish or Torah Vadas, and struggle even just to keep Sabbath. The poverty and even just keeping Sabbath would have been difficult for them. But after the war, the Rebbe's father ends up in America and helps revive Karliner Hasidus the last few years of his life, and then after he passes away, his grandson is made Rebbe at maybe even 6 years old or 8 years old. At a very young age, they make him Rebbe and start having him fulfill the ceremonial position of Rebbe. And then as a young man, he eventually moves to Israel, but overseas is back and forth and even comes to Detroit regularly. The only major Rebbe who comes to Detroit is the Skulener Rebbe. But another, where you had Skulener Hasidim in America that were more Skulener by ethnic identity. After the war, the Hasidus was able to be reestablished, and now Skulener Hasidus has synagogues and yeshivas, and is basically a global Hasidus centered in Jerusalem with a very strong element in New York. And really all the Hasidic groups are like this. Viznitz, Klosenberg, Satmar, the Satmar Rebbe, famously of the Katzner train, who is rescued during the war and flees from Hungary in the middle of the war. Not in the middle, late in the war, like I think 1944 already, and reestablishes Hasidus. There's a lot of Satmar in America already, but the level of Satmar Hasidus in America was like relatively weak because it was hard to be Hasidic. There weren't really any sages, and just struggling to get by was a lot. So it was basically being Hasidic basically meant that they went to a synagogue and tried keeping Sabbath and some of the customs and raising their family, speaking Yiddish. But the Hasidus didn't have its leadership, didn't have big rabbis, and so almost all the Hasidic group that say there's probably 250 of them, small Hasidic groups that have like a synagogue, of an ethnic element of at least a minion of Jews that came from the town. Where they came from, and it happened relatively frequently. Where you'll have a Hasidic group that requests the descendant of the Rebbe from Europe, like Mumkach. So Mumkach was a really big Hasidus. I mentioned they're anti-Zionist, and after the war, the Rebbe had a son that wasn't Hasidic anymore, but they requested that he come back and become their Rebbe. So the history of American Hasidus is full of these post-war, an element of Holocaust survivors, Rebbes that survived the Holocaust, and the ethnic remains of Hasidic groups that were from the third migration of Jews of the Eastern Europe during the first pogroms that makes the basis for Hasidism in America. And if you say that now there's Hasidim in LA and Chicago, and they became national, and within Orthodox communities there could be somewhat of a growth of Hasidus. So here also I studied in Jerusalem, and the Toldos Avram Yitzchak Rebbe, one of the first tishes I went to was Shomer Emunim. I was there in 1996, right after the Shomer Emunim Rebbe passed away, and they had the split off of the two Rebbes, Toldos Aaron and Toldos Avram Yitzchak. But the Toldos Avram Yitzchak Rebbe actually studied in America for a brief period of time in Viznitz and didn't even pick up English. So the Toldos Avram Yitzchak Rebbe, who I'm not sure if he was born in the 50s, probably born in the 1950s. Probably in the 80s, studied in America. Yeah, I have the Rimanover Rebbe on my YouTube page. So I think the Rimanover Rebbe is some sort of descendant through marriage or something of the Rimanover Rebbe. No, he's not a son after son descendant. But I have the Rimanover Rebbe he's not really a major Rebbe. Rimanov is a major Hasidus, although Rimanov today isn't a major Hasidic groups. Like Karlin Stolen might have as many as 10,000 members worldwide, as were Rimanov is one of the original Hasiduses that go back to the disciple of the Maggid Mizrich, or even the Baal Shem Tov, but didn't become a large Hasidic group. So here on Doooovid's channel, I have Log Biomer when the Rimanover Rebbe came to Metro Detroit, and he mentions his ancestors. He speaks at the beginning and mentions something about his ancestors, and then there's chanting. So if you want to check that out, I have the Rimanover Rebbe here in Detroit. But I mean, Karlin Stolen, I said the only major Rebbe that comes. I don't mean like the Rimanover Rebbe is a good man, a Talmud Chacham. He has a yeshiva, but I'm saying he doesn't have thousands of Hasidim, like a major Hasidus. Like Karlin Stolen is a major Rebbe in Jerusalem with thousands of Hasidim just in Jerusalem, let alone in New York and worldwide. And so I'll give a few examples of modern day Hasidus. So, because, God forbid I had, Liam and Wesley came on and it kind of veered the topic. So, here's the New York Times and say now, like politically, Hasidim as like a political force, and even like generally the opposition to Eastern European people, period, coming, or let alone Jews, and education and economics, and like the New York Times coming from being founded, the Schlossbergers, the Germanic, the second wave of U.S. immigration, the Germanics, and then the third wave of Eastern European Jews, and then the Holocaust survivors. So there's a lot of internal Jewish sectarianism between Hasidim and the Reform conservative Jews, and we'll say the German wave, the remnants of the second wave of immigration and the third wave of immigration of the German Jews and the Eastern European Jews. And Hasidus is almost exclusive in the Eastern European Jews, and a lot of the conflict, the Maskilim, so to say, the Reform, Moshe Mendelssohn, the conflict currently between the Hasidim and New York politics is in somewhat directly from historically the conflict between Hasidim and between Eastern European Jews and Germanic Jews. So here's another, so you have a new element of people who are becoming Hasidus. I mentioned there's dispute, like who is a Hasid, like Joseph, like you have a real Hasid. And so, like Doooovid studied under Reb Moshe Wolfson. Thank God, Rabbi Moshe Wolfson's 95 years old now, still alive. And, so like, I remember like Reb Moshe, he's not a real Hasid. He doesn't even wear Strymel. And, Moshe Wolfson came from a mainstream Orthodox background. Moshe Wolfson, learned in Torah Vadas. His wife was a Yeki. His wife was a Yeki, and he ended up being the Mishkiach at Torah Vadas and a big rabbi who became Hasidic. So to say, he switched. There's still such a phenomenon of people becoming Hasidic. And Moshe Wolfson, as the rabbi at Torah Vadas, was like a leader of a movement of some people who had been Hasidic and had blended into the more Litvish Yeshivish style and returned to the Hasidic lifestyle, and also some modern Orthodox, but mostly Yeshivish people who had Hasidic leanings, mostly like, davening longer, singing, chanting, Malova Malka, switching to the Hasidic, Nusach Spar davening, the study of Hasidus, maybe a little bit of Kabbalah, affiliation with Hasidus. And I would say Moshe Wolfson is probably, now especially that he's, almost 100 years old, is probably from, and this, interesting, I ordered these books. So I guess some woman put together this website and on the Upper West Side, I'm not sure if she's probably related. The woman who organized this website to the Vorhand Stiebel in I mean, it's probably your husband's name. Vorhand is a shtibel on the Upper West Side that so the woman who organized this, that she's selling and organizing books. So you can see this guy Vorhand and his official Schechter, a big student of Rav Moshe Wolfson. So you have this element of Hasidus in America where you have rabbis that preach Hasidus, have Hasidic synagogues, but are not descendants of Hasidic Rebbes and are founding like new movements, and the members of their movements are coming from various Hasidic groups, Bali Tshuva, other Orthodox Jews, and modern Orthodox Jews. And another great example. So Doooovid studied on, was in Munas Yisrael, met Rabbi Wolfson in Israel when I was a student there and was friendly with his students. So I went to New York, prayed into Munas Yisrael for a few years. And so, like the certain element where what does it mean to be Hasidic? Who are you, what makes you Hasidic? And a lot of people question, like, is Rabbi Wolfson really Hasidic? Among Hasidim, because like lineage, okay, he's not descended from a Rebbe. Like almost all Rebbes today are the descendants of Rebbes. So very, like he's Rabbi Moshe Wolfson. No one really calls him a Rebbe, but at the same time, among Hasidic rabbis, he's probably up there with the most respected one still alive. And God forbid, and he was born in America. He's not a Holocaust survivor. He was born in America, was a student of Torah Vodaas. And so the next one, Joseph, the next one I was going to mention was Eish Kodesh, Rabbi Weinberg. So Rabbi Weinberg also was modern Orthodox. Rabbi Weinberg, I think, from his bio, I'm pretty sure he went to Young Israel in Queens. He grew up modern Orthodox and was inspired to become Hasidic, has what you could call a Hasidic synagogue. So it's like no one would really consider Reb Moshe Weinberg a Rebbe, because Rebbe usually is reserved for lineage-based positions. And even say, was Moshe Weinberg Hasidic? And he actually may have been ethnically Hasidic, like even though he was modern Orthodox, it could be like his grandparents, say came like I'm not sure. I don't think he's a Holocaust survivor, so like his would have came from the Russian immigration wave. And in the 5 towns, almost all of his congregants are modern Orthodox. So that there's the element of Hasidus where people like chanting and praying, and they also go on traveling to like graves of Tzaddikim in Israel and various things, and there might be some element of Hasidus, like the kids of modern Orthodox people that became Hasidic, but basically his whole synagogue is modern Orthodox, and he's a Hasidic rabbi. And he talks about Hasidus and the lessons of Hasidus. He'll occasionally bring like Rebbes out there, but it's an interesting element. There's talking about at the beginning of ethnic Hasidus, the reestablishment of Hasidic dynasties versus new growths in Hasidus that would be largely among Bali Tshuva, modern Orthodox Jews, and some yeshivish Jews. So most of the growth in like this, like Chabad, you could have also InReach, but there's Hasidus is popular among Reform Jews and secular Jews, the teachings of Rabbi Nachman and like universal teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, versus the Hasidic lifestyle, which is basically a Haredi full form of Orthodox Judaism, and rabbis with Hasidic leanings. So that was all I had prepared. I've been going forever, a long time already. There was some data here from Joseph, like Neo-Hasidim. And, there's elements of Neo-Hasidim all over the place in Manhattan. And you even say, okay, like Doooovid lived among Hasidim, but, didn't really fit in because, ethnically I'm only half Jew and I'm a Baal Tshuva. And, so functions better around other Neo-Hasidim, other people who have Hasidic leanings, Baalei Tshuva, half Jews, or even like former Hasidim that left the path, and still like to occasionally do a Hasidic davening or get together. So in New York, you have a lot of Neo-Hasidus. In Detroit, you might also, so to say, have like Neo-Hasidus. That would be, like Breslov, but there's not enough to have like a gathering or a synagogue. Rabbi Babayev, Doooovid served. Was just basically straight Chabad. He was somewhat like Neo-Hasidic Baal Tshuva, but basically was straight Chabad. And the Chabad will be the umbrella organization. Next week, I hope to do Chabad. Yeah, it's controversial, the half Jew. If your mom's Jewish, whether you're Jewish, it's actually not so simple. And, so the Hasidic Rebbes are actually, the ones who recruited me to do things that they did not want their followers doing. So the halacha, I use the term half Jew. And, obviously I have non-Jewish family and, product of intermarriage and, made the ethnic component that of Jews. So you'll find a lot of Orthodox Jews or people like, oh, if your mother's Jewish, you're fully Jewish. And if your father's Jewish, you're 0% Jewish. But, from like a genetic point, like, no, if your mother's Jewish, your father's Jewish, you're a half Jew. The sensicality, if you're going to say your mother's Jewish, your father's not Jewish, you're 100% Jewish. And if your father's Jewish and your mother's not Jewish, you're 0% Jewish, which has some truth to it. But generally, I use the term half Jew. And even question of marriage, that a lot of Hasidim think half Jew, like if your mother's Jewish, your father's not Jewish, that you shouldn't marry another full Jew. You should marry another half Jew. So you could ask your local rabbi, like the simplest, but almost all Orthodox rabbis will agree that if your father's not Jewish, you're some sort of different status and halakhic status. I have a whole video on it. I think Ask the Rabbi number 5 or 6. I have a whole video on the half Jew status. But if you have your own rabbi, you want to consult that, or if you want to look at my playlist for Ask the Rabbi, I think it's Ask the Rabbi like 6 or something, and I read a whole bunch of stuff on I'll call half Jews, and I purposely use that terminology, and there's a lot of disagreement. So this was the last thing I had, which is the Nishma Research Institute, which has surveys of Orthodox Judaism, including ultra-Orthodox Jews. So here, most recently, is just a report on anti-Semitism, and just a note on Hasidism, that Hasidic men you might experience more anti-Semitism, especially like the Yiddish only speaking, been made to feel unwelcome or called offensive names, but are less likely to donate money, arm themselves, or like prepare for, so hide your Jewish identity. Hasidic men, the Yiddish speaking more than the English speaking, extremely unlikely to hide their Jewish identity. Feel less safe in synagogue, avoid going to synagogue or Jewish practice in any form. So even like yeshiva, regular Orthodox have a stronger reaction. Hasidim have the least reaction to anti-Semitism, although 7% of Hasidic, even Yiddish speaking, are arming themselves. And you even see Peter Santinello, the video goes to the Hasidic group of people arming themselves or security training, still 14%, but much lower than any of the other groups. And much less likely to donate to causes, like to organizations that fight anti-Semitism. Hasidim almost never fight anti-Semitism. I mean, some statistically, but the organizations, and generally the Hasidim don't approve of organizations like the ADL or AGC or any of these other things. Here is an interesting report about impact of anti-Semitism on sympathy for other groups facing bigotry. The percent that have more sympathy, so the statistics more unchanged or less sympathy for different groups after, God forbid, like the rise in anti-Semitism in the last few years. And so, God forbid you say Hasidim have less sympathy for blacks, more sympathy for Asians, the different numbers, less sympathy for LGBT, more sympathy for Hispanics. All Jews, including Hasidim, have more sympathy for immigrants. So the rise in anti-Semitism has made Hasidim more pro-immigration than they were before. So, just interesting, net shift in sympathy across the board, although different among various groups. But you see this strong pro-immigration sentiment is basically universal among all Jews. That even Hasidim across the board, Jews are extremely pro-immigration. Rising anti-Semitism has largely caused Jews to become even more pro-immigration. And then opinions on Israel, the worries that people have of various causes. So a lot of this, some of this was just direct to Hasidim. There was issues on the election post 2020 of, and you hear the finances are also interesting. So, in case you see like a lot of poverty among Hasidim, a lot of, Hasidim have pretty big, my father's mostly Scottish American, Irish Scottish American, possibly some Cherokee blood, been in America, Missouri, going back hundreds of years. Hasidim fare relatively okay economically. They have big families, so in terms of poverty related, but if you want to see some surveys, Hasidim do worse than like modern Orthodox, who perform best economically, but even medium income is relatively high. If the Haredi family is still relatively high, the number of Haredi, I'm not sure if they differentiate between Haredi and Hasidic, but they have amounts of savings, retirement savings, equity in houses. So there's a lot of interesting things in the Dirshu reports. So I thought I'd go more into detail on that, but because I had the guests. So I guess that's about it. I don't know if Joseph, you want to come on and chat? I'll put the link. Otherwise, I'm about to wrap up. And yeah, I'm kind of impersonal because I get a lot of trolling, right? So I don't give that much personal information on my YouTube. I go by Doooovid, usually because God forbid there's more dangerous, more likely to have negative things. You see the people who want to talk to Doooovid, and it's saying if you know anything about Hasidus, you're probably not going to be listening to Doooovid. So I get mostly like Goyim or secular Jews. I mean, I get decent viewership all over the world, but if you know more about Judaism, you're probably not tuning into Doooovid. I think next week I'm going to do another one of these, and I'm going to talk specifically about the Lubavitch Rebbe and Chabad, and maybe that'll be the last one of my Jewish streams, Ask the Rabbis, for a while. I still have other information. I'm going to continue with my tour of my library, so I'm not sure what section I still have to organize. So Wednesday, 4 p.m., I'll continue with the tour of my library streams. And yeah, I'm not sure I have such a message. Like, I'm trying to resolve my own identity crisis. And, what does it mean that Doooovid's a Hasidic Jew? And, it's like a group identity. Well, what group am I part of? Okay, well, I studied under rabbis. I learned Hasidus from rabbis, and I tried to incorporate it into my lifestyle. But, Hasidic, okay, well, what group are you part of? He's saying ethnic identity. I'm going to do next week probably like just a history overview of Chabad. I'll mention how it's different than other groups. Generally, Chabad's not officially part of the Hasidic organization. Like, Chabad's not a member of Aguda, United Torah Judaism. The Satmar Rebbe, who's also a descendant of the Alter Rebbe. One event they wanted the Satmar Rebbe to come to an Aguda event, and all the rabbis were going to be there, and they said, "What about Chabad?" Chabad is in the tent of Hasidus. Like, most people will consider Chabad Hasidus. Certainly like the Alter Rebbe and the descendancy and the history of it. But Chabad is an alternative approach, especially the outreach. And I'll talk about that next week. Generally in Hasidic communities, Chabads are kind of like outsiders. So like in Borough Park, there's Chabadsters. You'll occasionally see Chabadsters that will like come into other groups, but not really. They basically daven in their own synagogues, have their own schools, and are seen as kind of like less Hasidic. They don't wear streimels, they wear shorter jackets. Like the Polish Hasidic, they pronounce the words differently. They pronounce the words like Litvax. There's elements of the Chabad Hasidus in learning. So like studying Tanya, studying Hasidic literature. Tanya is a widely popular book among Hasidim, but not universal. I maybe like 30% of Hasidim outside of Chabad learn Tanya. You'll sometimes see inreach, which is Chabad as opposed to outreach, where Chabad is reaching out to less religious Jews. That Chabadsters will also reach out to Hasidic Jews and try to get them to study Tanya with very little success. I remember in Borough Park, in Bubov, in Sklen, in Shomer Shabbos, I was like the only guy who spoke to the Chabadsters. Even like Delhi 52, the Chabadsters would come to try to get people to study Tanya, and like almost no one did. I was like, I remember many times I was like the only one literally who was willing to talk to the Chabadsters when they came and tried to, do inreach in Borough Park. And Chabad could be seen as a stepping stone for Hasidus. Like, if you're in Metro Detroit or you don't know much about Hasidus, like Chabad will teach you Judaism 101. And then if you get to Jerusalem or Brooklyn, then you'll move on to like bigger Rebbes. But there is interworking. Like Rav Moshe Wolfson was a student of the Rebbe, literally. Rav Moshe Wolfson studied under the Rebbe before the Rebbe was Rebbe, together with Shlomo Carlebach and Benzin Shenker. There's some intermarriage between Chabad. You also have a handful of people who will switch from other Hasidic groups to becoming Chabad. You have occasionally people who will switch from Chabad to other Hasidic groups, but not so much. The more, you have Litvax and Modern Orthodox and other Hasidic, like here in Metro Detroit, Rabbi Silverberg became Chabad. He was a Dubretziner Hasid, and he became Chabad and became an emissary and opened up a Chabad house. And Rav Chaim Moshe Bergstein was a Litvak or Yeki, studied in Chaim Berlin and became a Chabadster and became an emissary. And there's not much intermarriage between Chabadsters and other Hasidic groups. Maybe like if they become irreligious or the business world, people who leave Hasidus and end up like modern Orthodox and then praying in Chabad. So Chabad has became the big tent. I remember that the Gabbai Chaim Cohen, so Iker Hasidus is Breslov and Chabad. So outside of internal Hasidic communities, Hasidim, are a political force and have their communities. But the main Hasidus that are applicable to world Jewry is Breslov and Chabad. And in Israel, it's Breslov that, saying Breslov is actually the biggest Hasidic group in Jerusalem. Breslov wins way more converts in Israel than Chabad. I mean, there are, some people become Chabad in Israel, but not so much. If you're going to become Hasidic in Israel, the biggest, thing you're going to become is Breslov. But in America, saying Chabad is set up in a way to become a big tent movement for irreligious Jews becoming more religious, and at the same time, religious Jews becoming less religious. So Chabad, at the same time, will have people who came from more religious backgrounds that are less religious and use the services of Chabad. So you have to look at the Chabad philosophy, the Messianic approach, the Lurianic Kabbalah. A lot of Hasidim understand Chabad Hasidus, use Chabad Hasidus, but it's just not their path. So figure, okay, the students of the Baal Shem Tov, it was Chabad that was sent all over the world to do this stuff, but they're doing it on behalf of Hasidus in general. The Alter Rebbe was a Talmud student of the Baal Shem Tov. All Chabad rabbis talk about the Baal Shem Tov, and what Chabad does is to the benefit of all Hasidus, but it's a unique thing that Chabad does. So Chabad has respect in the larger Hasidic tent, but within the Hasidic community, I would say Chabad is looked down upon. I mean, you might even use that word, like in Borough Park and in Flatbush and Williamsburg, Chabad is kind of like looked down upon, like as a lesser Hasidus. So if you're in Williamsburg or Borough Park, you have big Rebbes and students who go to Rebbes for blessings, and Chabad is seen like, well, they're good people, they do kiruv, they help out, they're moiser nefesh to go all over the world, but they're kind of like second-rate rabbis compared to the Hasidic Rebbes. So certainly if you're in a Hasidic community, you'll have that feeling of Chabad as kind of like a second-rate Hasidus, although their service is integral to the larger Hasidic movement. But at the same time, the Chabad is the international movement. Chabad is, almost exclusively, Bubov was in Crown Heights and then moved to Borough Park. And also, Crown Heights is a lesser desirable place to live. So Borough Park is a pretty desirable place to live. Even Williamsburg, right next to Manhattan, that like only a Chabadster would really want to live in Crown Heights. God forbid. Say Borough Park is, Muncie, Williamsburg have more reason. Williamsburg is right next to the Williamsburg Bridge. Manhattan and gentrification. Crown Heights is like God forbid, it's like African American, Caribbean, and it's historical. The Chabadsters are there. So like in Metro Detroit, Chabad is the main Hasidus. They do their kiruv. The rabbis are not looked at, like among the yeshivas, the rabbis of Chabad, none of them are really respected as like, big Torah scholars or Talmidei Chachamim. Like, oh, he's a good man. He does a lot for the community. He does a lot of charity. He helps out a lot of people. But like none of the Chabad rabbis here in Metro Detroit are respected as scholars. The only one that's really respected as a scholar is, ironically, Chaim Moshe Bergstein and Rabbi Silverberg, who weren't not raised Chabad, and they became Chabad specifically so they should do shlichus. I mean, they were sent on shlichus from the Lubavitch Rebbe, but so ironically, the only two Rebbes, Chabad, house rabbis in Metro Detroit that are respected as scholars are the non-Chabadsters. And specifically Chaim Moshe Bergstein, who's on the Bezdin, went to Chaim Berlin. He went to a Litvish Yeshiva. So we have respect for Chabad. They do a lot of good work. They might be semi-Talmud Chacham, but not even that. I don't even know. Rabbi Babayev studied in Panovich. He's like a Russian Baal Tshuva, but he studied in Panovich. he knows Talmud pretty well. Generally Chabad are not respected as Talmud scholars. There might be some, Chabadsters that are respected as Talmud scholars. Like some of them know Halacha decently, but they're basically look like the Kiryat and Hasidus. Like Chabad, they're good guys. They're they go out of the way for Klal Yisrael. They follow the directive of the Rebbe. There's some scholarship, like Rabbi Ginsburg, a scholar of Hasidus. There's definitely like many Chabad scholars of Hasidus, although usually it's only Chabad Hasidus. There might be some Chabad scholars like Rabbi Pinson of Queens that is a respected scholar of Hasidus and Kabbalah. There's many Chabad rabbis around the world that are respected scholars of Kabbalah. But within Hasidus circles, as I mentioned, like Rabbi Delphin is a scholar of Chabad. Rabbi Avraham Yaakov Braun was like much younger than him. Rabbi Avraham Yaakov Braun is a scholar of Hasidus, and he was studying Tanya with, Hasidus with Rabbi Delphin, and even Rabbi Delphin, I think, probably thought that Rabbi Avraham Yaakov Braun understood Hasidus better than him. I mean, you have to ask Rabbi Delphin, but like I think he would and Rabbi Avraham Yaakov Braun's a Zidichover Hasid, who would be, I mean, also a Talmud Chacham, but like a renowned scholar of Hasidus and Kabbalah, who knew Chabad Hasidus and all sorts of Hasidus, a student of all the Rebbes. I'm not sure you would have Chabad rabbis that are considered scholars of all the Rebbes. So someone like Avraham Yaakov Braun, a Hasidic Zidichover Hasid, is a scholar of Hasidus in general, including Chabad, as where most Chabad scholars of Hasidus are only a scholar of Hasidus and Chabad. Yeah, I mentioned Rabbi Babayev. Like I prayed by Rabbi Babayev for a few years. I worked for him. I served as his gabbai. He calls his congregation Avos Yisrael. It's Hasidic friendly. So if you're Hasidic, non-Chabad, there's also another Doooovid ben Nachum and Rabbi Koslowitz that is became more popular. But like a lot of Hasidim traveling through, or Stam Hasidim that are in Detroit, prayed by Rabbi Babayev. Then there's also another congregation, Rabbi Koslowitz, Doooovid ben Nachum, that's growing and has more and more Hasidim, some coming from Brooklyn. But Rabbi Babayev, you're saying like he learned in Litvish Yeshivas. He's Israeli. I mean, he's a Bukharian Israeli Baal Tshuva, and he also like studied in Viznitz. Rabbi Babayev, overall, among the larger Oak Park community, Rabbi Babayev is probably more respected as a scholar than most of the Chabad rabbis. Although he's a businessman, Rabbi Babayev is a businessman. He's not a full-time rabbi. He's a businessman who pays and sponsors his own synagogue, and his son's a businessman. And I worked for both of them and served as a gabbai in a synagogue. But Rabbi Babayev is considered somewhat of a Talmud Chacham, but he learned in Litvish Yeshivas again. So the only Chabad rabbis in Metro Detroit that are respected as Talmidei Chachamim learned in Litvish Yeshivas. And I'm not saying the Chabad rabbis are basically all respected as good people who fulfill the mission of a Chabad rabbi, but they're not respected as Talmidei Chachamim. The only ones that are non-Chabad people that became Chabad and studied in Litvish Yeshivas. In Hasidus in general, the most respected scholars also studied in Litvish Yeshivas. So you have, like Tolzar Yitzchak Rebbe, Skulener Rebbe. Like I was in Mir Yeshiva. A lot of Hasidim studied in Mir Yeshiva. A lot of people who went on to become Rebbes studied in Mir Yeshiva. Chaim Berlin, Tor Vadas. I would say almost exclusively all of the Hasidic Rebbes that are considered Talmidei Chachamim studied in Litvish Yeshivas. And that's really to this day. Like Bobov is a good yeshiva. There's a lot of people in Bobov who go on to finish Shas. Rabbi Zoberman, God forbid, I heard he's in a coma. But I went to Daf Yomi. Rabbi Zoberman gave a very popular Daf Yomi. Rabbi Turnauer at Shomer Shabbos. There's a lot of Hasidim that are Talmidei Chachamim, but none of them are really considered in the same league as the Litvish scholars, and the Hasidic Rebbes that are considered to be Talmidei Chachamim almost all studied in Litvish Yeshivas. And like even the Lubavitch Rebbe is not renowned as a Talmud Chacham. Like, I mean, he's certainly a huge scholar, knew his Chassidus, knew his Torah, knew Shas, finished Talmud, knew his Rambam, had insights on Shas, but throughout Israel, through the yeshiva, the Lubavitch Rebbe is not known as a Talmud Chacham in the same way as the Litvish, and the Lubavitch Rebbe didn't study in Litvish yeshivas. So that's just a known fact in this thing, so that there's somewhat, even among Hasidim, that Chabad is even less, terms of like Talmidei Chachamim, like Bobov. A lot of Hasidic yeshivas take their Talmud study very seriously, and Lubavitch is somewhat looked down upon in that manner. They serve their function, but they're they're not really Talmidei Chachamim. And so just an interesting note on that manner of Torah scholarship that applies to Chabad, but Hasidus in general. Interesting. Hasidim today study much more halacha than Litvish. So most Hasidic yeshivas, they study one seder of Talmud and one seder of halacha, and the night seder might be Hasidus or Musar. So if you're in a Litvish yeshiva, it more like both morning and afternoon learning session are Talmud. Maybe there'd be a morning of like halacha, Mishnah Berurah, or they'd have to do that on their own. And then at night would be like Musar. And even at night, like a lot of people wouldn't even learn Musar. They'd also learn Talmud. So there's more focus on the study of halacha among Hasidim. And I think in Chabad they have Talmud, but so like there they would have a whole seder of Hasidus. So like even most Hasidim, they don't have a formal study of Hasidus. Chabad is really the only place that formally studies Hasidus, but they study basically exclusively Chabad Hasidus. So like most Hasidic yeshivas are like Litvish yeshivas that have like a night seder and Musar, and they would learn a Hasidic sefer as part of their night sefer, or learn it on their own. Moshe Doovovid, a big scholar. Well, I mean, I served with Moshe Doovovid. Doovovid was part of Bubba 45. I listened to Moshe Doovid's drushas many times, and he is considered, compared to, I forget if Moshe Doovid learned in a Litvish yeshiva. I don't think he did. But, I mean, compared to Ben Zion, Moshe Doovid is considered a bigger Talmud Chacham. And he may have, I'm not sure, also, the Rabbi Reuben are more considered Talmidei Chachamim than, Ben Zion. Obviously, Ben Zion Halberstam's the Halberstam, their son-in-laws. But even Rav Moshe Doovovid and, his, the other Rebbe Reuben, the two son-in-laws, compared to the Litvish, are not really renowned as Talmidei Chachamim. He's like a Talmid Chacham for a Rebbe. Moshe Doovovid, is a big Talmid Chacham for a Rebbe. But like compared to so like if you're in Borough Park and you're in Chaim Berlin or Torah Vodaas, like Moshe Doovid's doesn't have a reputation as a. I mean, he's certainly a big Talmid Chacham, like recognized. Like I remember some. No, not really. Like Rabbi Wolfson is probably more renowned as a Talmud Chacham than, I mean, he's also much older, but Rabbi Wolfson, saying he was a Litvak, he was in Torah Vodaas, he was the Mishkiach. So say Moshe Doovovid is a Talmud Chacham for a Rebbe. And I'm not, like minimizing that, saying he's a huge Talmud Chacham. There's many people in Bubov that know Shas backwards and forwards, but like he doesn't have Svarim. he doesn't teach like like he doesn't have like a renowned Talmud class. Oh, he did. I remember in Bub of like him coming and testing people on Talmud. Like Rabbi Doooovid knows Talmud Meforshim extremely well, backwards and forward. But relative to the Litvish rabbis, saying he's a Talmud Chacham for a Rebbe. But then also like most Litvish, they don't know Chassidus. And so that's, but like Rabbi Wolfson is renowned as, maybe I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, Rabbi Wolfson is 95 years old, but Rabbi Wolfson might be the most respected scholar in America on Chassidus, and he has that Litvish background of being the Mashgiach and Torah Vadas. I forget which ones, like the Munkatcher Rebbe studied in Litvish Yeshiva. The Munkatcher Rebbe is, I believe, studying in Telz in Cleveland, and like I've prayed and I've got a blessing from the Munkatcher Rebbe. But the current day Munkatcher Rebbe, is a Talmud Chacham, and he studied in Litvish Yeshiva. So like Matka Doovid's probably, he gives big lectures. Like saying the Matka Doovid gives lectures, hundreds of people. I went to his Torah classes, Friday Tish and Malava Malka and Shal Shudas, like more than 100 times. I'm saying Matka Doovid is a phenomenal scholar, but just in that sense, like for a Rebbe, that if you put the compared to because Doovid studied in Litvish yeshivas, and it's probably factual, to a certain extent, the best of both worlds fallacy, that Chassidus is Chassidus, and you can't really be the best of both worlds. Being a Rebbe takes a lot, so you can't someone, a Litvish person who studies Talmud exclusively is going to be a bigger Talmud Chacham than a Rebbe, even the biggest Rebbes. And I don't even think, some Rebbes, because you have like a hagiography, like my Rebbe is the best ever, does miracles, but like in a rationalistic approach, most Hasidim would agree to this. Like it's known, like among, like that, and like I went to Mir Yeshiva and saying like there are thousands. Like now, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more than 1,000 Hasidim at Mir Yeshiva. In Lakewood, there are hundreds, maybe over 1,000 Hasidim in Lakewood, and Satmar, Bobov, Ger, any of these that are serious about Talmud studies will find their way to Litvish yeshivas. Most notably, like Bobov, and to Mir and also because adult study. So you have koilelim that focus on halacha. So we're talking about Hasidic yeshivas are very good. They have very good Talmud, and even to some extent, like Hasidic students might be just as prepared or better prepared for adult yeshiva learning, like Mir Yeshiva or Lakewood, where usually you go there as an adult. And then the Hasidic koilel. So among the Litvaks, the koilel focuses mostly on the study of Talmud, as opposed to Hasidic koilels. The koilel focuses mostly on the study of halacha, and Chabad is like the only place where koilel focuses on the study of Hasidus, and even Chabad, most of their koilel focuses on the study of halacha. So like Hasidus is something you have to learn on your own. You might find advisors or rabbis or shirim, but the institutes focus mainly on Talmud and halacha, and the Hasidic institutes, once you get like to koilel, so like Bobov, you get married young, you're out of yeshiva at 20, and if you go into koilel, the koilel is not going to focus on Talmud. They're going to focus on halacha, as opposed to like yeshiva here, like in Metro Detroit, the yeshiva koilel and the Lakewood koilel focus mostly on Talmud. The people in the koilel, even the people who've been in koilel their whole life, 50-year-old men, focus mostly on Talmud. And if they learn halacha, they learn halacha on their own time. So it's just a huge difference of why saying like Hasidim are not considered Talmidic Chachamim the same way as Litvaks. And I hope to do also at some point a history of the yeshivish movement. So I mean, the yeshivish movement, now all Hasidim have yeshivas, but like, you know, historically the yeshiva movement starts from Chaim Volozhiner, the Talmud of the Vilna Gaon, who put in Cherem, you know, was opposition to Hasidim. And, you know, so ironically, all Hasidim have yeshiva now. So, you know, the yeshiva movement that, you know, basically all yeshivas are considered an offshoot from the Vilna Gaon. However, all Hasidim go to yeshiva to that. So as I was mentioning, till after World War II, there weren't any Hasidic yeshivas in America. Like you maybe had like Chassam Sofer that had some Hasidic leanings, you know, Torvadas, but they were more ran by Litvaks who had some Hasidic students. And in Europe, you had Hasidic yeshivas maybe by like the 1850s, you know, a few generations, like 4-5 generations into Hasidus, you have large yeshivas. You know, like the main Hasidic groups are opening up yeshivas, but they basically, you know, took that from Rav Chaim Volozhiner. And, you know, Hasidim come to Detroit. So I mentioned Chabad, the community of Chabad was in Detroit from the third immigration wave to America of Eastern European Jews from 1890 to 1920. So and it was relatively large. Like there's been hundreds of Chabad families that, you know, like maybe even over 1,000 for a long period of time. There was hundreds of Chabad families in the 20s already here in Metro Detroit. The sixth Rebbe came to Detroit. There was also a reasonable size of Karlin, but the Karliner Hasidim in Detroit died out. So there's a lot of, you know, people that are still Jews, modern Orthodox, yeshivish that come from Karliner backgrounds, but are, you know, basically, you know, just Hasidic in lineage. Hasidism came recently. So the Detroit Chabad community was not a Mishachis community, so there was always a Chabad yeshiva. I don't know when the Chabad yeshiva opened, but I mean, it might be 50 years old. You know, like Rabbi Shem Tov was the emissary to Detroit. You know, Rabbi Goldstein at University of Michigan was one, I think the first Chabad house actually in the country, but one of them, the first University of Michigan. Rabbi Shem Tov, who opened up the yeshiva, came to Detroit in like maybe even like the 1960s. Rabbi Shem Tov, the father of Kesriel Shem Tov, came to Michigan in the 60s and opened up the Chabad yeshiva. And so that was probably, you had Chabad stirs in Detroit, but you didn't really have a Chabad yeshiva till the 1960s. I would say the last 10 years. So you've had some cases like, you know, when I was even in the 1990s, there was a few Hasidim in yeshiva that for whatever reason, you know, their family sent them to Detroit to come to the yeshiva here. There were a few Streimlich of people that whatever reason chose to come to Detroit, usually from like small Hasidic groups or even like Hasidic Rebbe's families or kids that came to Detroit because they, you know, to become a Rebbe or just like a job that, you know, they were Hasidic, but you know, maybe they learned in a Litvish Yeshiva and they got a job as a rabbi or were accepted into a Litvish kollel in Detroit. So there was always like a handful of Hasidim, you know, for Shiger Feiga Mendelovich, you know, to open up the yeshiva Beth Yehuda. He sent, you know, Goldstein. Goldstein was a descendant of the Divrei Chaim, but he was basically Litvish. Like he had a Hasidic background. He davened Nusach Sfard and had a beard, but you know, basically completely blended in with the Litvish and helped found Yeshiva Beth Yehuda. In the last 10 years, you've had more Hasidim coming basically due to the expensiveness of living in New York. So Hasidim come to Detroit now, God forbid, you know, like Donald Trump, they're not sending their best. You know, so the Hasidim that come to Detroit a lot of times are people that got into trouble, got involved in like drugs or off the derrick, or, you know, just weren't making the cut, you know, couldn't live the Hasidic lifestyle. And, you know, so they come for a new chance in Detroit. And God forbid Detroit, they're not sending their best because, like Detroit's somewhat like a Jewish community of last resort. So, I mean, it's not that close to New York. I mean, it's only a little bit closer than Chicago, but it's a full 10 hours drive from New York. And, it's mostly African American. So if you're coming here to live in the Frum community, you're going to be living amongst almost all African Americans. And, there's some economic possibility, but, Detroit is relatively cheap. Relatively, the housing is cheap. The standard of living is decent, for the bang for the price of your dollar. So if you come to Metro Detroit, you could have a reasonable size housing and food for lesser expense, and maybe find some parnassa. I mean, Detroit's a tough place to come to and get rich, but you could come to Detroit and get by. But I say most Hasidim, Detroit would not be their first pick. They would come to, and there was also Rabbi Deutsch. There was some Hasidus in Detroit the whole time. Even Satmar and various elements in Detroit. But like a few Streimels or Hasidic Stibluk. But it was like one rabbi with a Streimel that spent most of the time in New York, and like people just from Hasidic background that daven Nusach Svard, that you wouldn't know they were Hasidic unless they told you, or they really the only difference you could tell they daven Nusach Svard or have some leanings. But yeah, I mean, so the basic reason people, because New York is getting expensive, and they want to try someplace else that's cheaper, and so if you're really up, you're not, you say they're not going to send their best. You go L.A., Miami, Chicago, so are more likely to come here. So a lot of people are coming to Detroit. You might have some family here or some reason. Could just be Hashkaka protest. They ended up in Detroit, but a lot of the people, it's Hasidim that are somewhat off the derrick, or didn't want to live the full Hasidic lifestyle, or weren't that hyper competitive, and just wanted to get by, wanted to raise a family and have not all the competition or high expense of New York, and didn't want the more competitive Jewish communities like Miami, and also maybe because no one knows you. So if you're Hasidic and you come to Detroit, the pipeline of everyone knowing everything about you is much less in Detroit. So if you're Miami, maybe Los Angeles or Chicago, there's a stronger pipeline of Hasidus there. So your history is going to follow you. So you can kind of get a new start in Detroit. So unfortunately that's the situation. And crime games, mafia. It's not really too much Jewish mafia. Actually, the Shomrim and Chaverim is largely Hasidic. So the people who founded the Shomrim in Metro Detroit was somewhat a team up of Chabadsters and Hasidim that came from New York. And the Hasidim that came from New York are not super Hasidic. They're Hasidic background. But most of them kind of became neo-Hasidic, modern Orthodox, in the sense. But actually, now we have a Tzala and Chaverim and Shomrim, and a lot of those were founded by Hasidim that came to Detroit in the last 10 years. Really no Hasidim come through Detroit besides to collect money. So, and Detroit's not that wealthy of a community. So if you're like Rabbi Babayev, you have a lot of Hasidim, they'll pray there. And most of them come to collect money. Even the Rimanover Rebbe basically came here to collect money. And the amount of money that the Rimanover Rebbe collected is relatively minimum and almost not worth the Rebbe's time. So you could come to Detroit for a Shabbos, a weekend, and maybe collect, if you're a decent, upstanding Koilel Yid, you're gonna have a hard time collecting more than $1,500. Even Gary Torgau, the wealthy guys here, maybe, I don't know if Gary Torgau gives $18. Now he's very rich. maybe you're lucky. Gary Torga is going to give you like $100. There's a few wealthy Hasidim, maybe get like, a few wealthy people, but you're going to have a hard time collecting $1,000 in Metro Detroit. But Detroit's a big enough community. There's shuls that basically all the Hasidim that pass through here pass through to collect money. There's also business, like the kosher supermarket in Detroit is ran by Hasidim. They don't live here. They run it out of New York and basically run it as a business. There's some unfriendliness with the nature of how that works, and price inflation and domination of the supermarket. But the supermarket in the kosher supermarket in Metro Detroit is ran by Hasidim who live in New York and only come here. Basically you have outside management and only come here a few times a year. As well, like usury is not really connected to Jewish mafia in that sense. Like if you want to talk mafia, like I talk the whole larger familiar network. But usury is not like loan sharking. If you're talking usury, like banking or legitimate, so like most Hasidim are not involved in loan sharking, or like Orthodox Jews in general, like a mafia sense of loan sharking. Very few, and it's saying even religious law, like among fellow Jews, that it wouldn't be wise. Like I don't think you have too many Jews that would lend money to non-Jews at like usurious rates, and then try to use strong arm tactics to collect the interest rates. Very unlikely. And charging interest to your fellow Jew is forbidden. So there's not really any loan sharking within the Jewish mafia. Historically the Jewish mafia was in the time of Prohibition, was the biggest element where you had Jews were almost dominant in mafia for a period of time. Like one of the biggest mafias was the Jewish mafia, and it was connected to the historical role that Jews played in distillery and Prohibition. And then if you have like modern Jewish mafia, in terms of like crime syndicates, God forbid, it would probably be more pornography, strip clubs, drug dealing. So you had significant elements of Jews and certain elements of like drug trade, ecstasy, nightclubs. Miami, like even in Bubov, like the famous Bubover who became they made the movie Holy Rollers, they made it about Chabad, but it was really a Bubover. That the movie Holy Rollers with the guy who plays Mark Zuckerberg in social media. They made it about Chabad, but really the story is about a Bubover in the ecstasy trade, if you want to call it like Jewish mafia. And there's still that element of Jews involved in, God forbid, strip clubs, brothels, God forbid, and drugs, but not so much in loan sharking. There's not opposition to Chabad in Detroit. Like they work together, but there's neighborhoods. It's like Chabad does what they do, and Chabad has grown and we'll say encroached on so Chabad has expanded more than the community. So Detroit has the mile road system. There's basically mile roads, and the Chabad community has grown and now lives and has opened up synagogues within the Litvish community, as where the Litvish community has not really grown as much. And in Kiryat, where Chabad, through Chabad houses and rabbis, has like Doooovid, like I was first, Makar, there's a Rabbi Avraham Jacobowitz who was an Israeli Litvak Kiryat rabbi, and he actually sold his institute to Chabad. Yeshiva Beth Yehuda has partners in Torah, and there's some competition in Kiryat, but Chabad basically dominates the Kiryat. And there might be some interplay where you start off with Chabad and then, become Litvish or get involved in the yeshiva. But there's minimal conflict, there's territory, and Chabad has largely won out because, even recently, like Partners in Torah is more recent, and Chabad has dominated Kiryat, and because of that, Chabad has, maybe a bigger reputation in the wider Jewish community, although the yeshivas, much bigger, but relatively they're pretty stable, work together, harmonious. But you might see like neighborhood, things where there's not that much friendship between Chabadsters and yeshivish people. So there might, like I said, the Shomrim or Chaverim, who are, might be like somewhat like OTD type people, a little bit. There you might have like Chabadsters and yeshivish people among the OTD community, more interplay. But within the yeshivish community, there's very little interplay between Chabad and the yeshivish community, even though they're right next to each other. So, like a handful of Alt Shuva, very rarely do Chabad people go to yeshivish events, or yeshivish people go to Chabad events, even though they're literally like right next to each other. Chabad yeshiva and the yeshiva gedola are like less than a quarter of a mile away from each other, but there's very little interplay, but semi-harmonious, friendly relations. Okay, so I'm going to sign off. This was a really long stream, and I might even go over my limit on my StreamYard 20 hours. So might have to limit how much I could stream because of how long this went. And Liam, who joined in, appreciate that. And so hopefully next week, if I have enough StreamYards, maybe I'll have to pay for it, God forbid, or push it off till after my hours reset. I want to do one on the Lubavitch Rebbe and Chabad, and I want to do I'm going to continue my tour of my library. I might have to cut those shorter so I don't go over my time limit on my StreamYards, God forbid. So Happy New Year, Shavua Tov, God bless. Thanks for tuning in, and blessings to everybody. Thanks to everyone who's in the chat, and Joseph, you joined my Discord. Joseph, if you want to chat more, you can find me on Facebook or Twitter or Discord, and if you want to chat more, you chat more. Like generally, like YouTube's a kind of unfriendly place. A lot of trolls, a lot of counter-Semitism. You're more likely to run into a counter-Semite on YouTube or so than a friendly conversation, God forbid. So like, if you want to talk more, you can reach out on my other forms of social media. So have a great night. God bless everybody. Good times.